So you bring on the wells?
Oh, no, that's fine.
They do.
They're doing all right. What's that?
They're rolling on.
By the
I
house.
don't know about roaring. They all topped out about 10 million a day.
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. Stand, join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. It's just the right amount. Okay, has everyone had a chance to review the agenda? And if so, are there any changes on it that we need to address?
I can make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Have all had a chance to review the prior meeting minutes, and if so, we'll take a motion. Have a motion by Commissioner White, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second, all in favor? Aye, opposed? Accounts payable. Have we had a chance to review the accounts payable? And if so, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I do have one. I don't know whether anybody here can answer it or not, but I see a big bill for tasers, and how many of them was that? Do we know? No,
I can definitely look.
well, that's no big deal. It just doesn't have a number. It just says tasers was what, 31,000 or something like that. And I'm just curious to know, they must have a shelf life, so to speak, I guess. Does anybody know that?
Yeah, I don't know. I bet they do.
Or how many they are? That's, I'm just curious to know. Is it 10 or 100 or?
I can definitely look. I just need to find the.
Oh, now you're asking me to, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, yeah.
211.
Where we at?
So we want 211.
I should know that, but I don't.
Oh,
There we go,
sorry.
yeah.
We can probably-
We're
We're
still in.
past 211 and I didn't see any for that amount.
Maybe I was looking at something different. I know I saw
I'll
them.
have one of my ladies in the office look.
It's okay, I'll go back to you and look again.
Yes.
You find it?
Yeah.
Can you tell me the 5-digit voucher?
The AX, are we in? What page is it on? Page 5.
Yeah. It's under 191, yeah. Yes. Yeah, it's under 191.
Bundle Taser 10 certification standard.
So that means there's 10 of them in there, you know what? Bundle taser 10, what, I don't understand what that
I don't either.
means. Yeah, I know.
But I can ask.
Well, if it's 10, that's 3,000, I don't know. Buy a lot of hot shots for that.
Are you accepting that, Commissioner Vickery, or are we removing it?
Yeah, no, move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Make a motion to approve the vouchers and payroll liabilities in the amount of $1,049,268.50.
Have a motion for approval of vouchers and payables. Is there any discussion? Oh, I need a second, I'm sorry.
Awesome.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. Up next. Billy Pape, please.
Guys got my activity, what we're up to. It's on. Okay. Guys have any questions? Or just still kind of trying to get everything ready for winter. We're blading, doing a lot of culvert and cattle guard maintenance right now, trying to get all them cleaned out and ready for spring runoff and stuff. We did get over and got the bike path, got the tree roots by split done, got that all done. Turned out good. Mike looked at it. Smooth, so nobody can trip or fall or anything. The one from the clinic down to Shelter Park over to that one, I got oil ordered I'm just gonna Durapatch them cracks because they're wide. And then the bridge abutments, I can Durapatch all that, so it'll be a temporary fix, but it'll make it 80% better than it is. I should have the oil this week, and then I'll get that taken care of.
Great. And then split diamonds, a temporary fix also, is that
That's
correct?
temporary fix
Great.
too, yeah.
I got a question. So Billy, out there on Eman Lane on that, it's kind of growing over.
Yeah,
You got any equipment that will trim along there?
yeah, I mean, we mowed them a little bit, we took, got them a little bit. I think I'll just go ahead and wipe them out, mow them off.
Looks like something that could be sprayed.
Yeah, and we did spray them.
Brush spray or just weed?
Just, we get stuff from Weed and Pest and we just go spray the willows and then
Yeah,
it slowly kills them.
okay.
But we did trim them back some. We just didn't go all the way. I wish he would have went a little further with it. But we might do some more.
Okay, thank you.
Other than that, that's what Road and Bridge is up to. Any questions on any of that?
Are we still on Road and Bridge?
We're still on Road and Bridge.
Okay, I'll bring this up. So I seen in Jeness's notes on that deal last meeting, I brought up about next to the museum over there.
Yeah.
I didn't need anything for this year. I don't know. It's
Oh,
on that chip seal in that parking lot,
Oh.
the liquor store and museum,
Yeah.
which is pretty rough there. So I wasn't trying to get anything done this year.
Oh,
I was
okay.
just saying,
yeah,
because you're pretty much done chip sealing over there anyway, aren't you?
yeah.
So it's for something just to look at next year.
Next year, okay.
Because they appreciate it, because it's rough going in there and back door and stuff.
Yeah,
So that's what I was,
okay. And I know, once that, I can give the updates.
Yeah, I talked with Eric and Aaron before I came over. So the East River Road's starting today. We're starting to work on that. We got the staking ready to go. Cattle guard's gonna start next week. And chip seal is, we got one road left. We got 40 rod left to do, and the weather's been kind of screwing them up all over the place, but they'll get that one done. A little bit of crack seal left And then once they get that chip done, they'll do the fog coat and striping. So it's on track. It'll be good temperature wise. So that's what's going on in those projects.
So how do you mark that, like on evenly, where that's got put on, how do you stripe that? What's that chip seal stuff?
They'll fog it. So they'll
So
seal it.
just a seal and.
Yep,
seal.
it's just a real thin layer of oil. It turns it all black and tightens everything up.
It's on your cars and all
The
that.
black, yeah. Well, it's
I mean,
pretty
you hear it
fine.
under there, you know. so.
Yeah, it does tighten it all up. So that's all I got
Okay,
for
great.
updates.
Thank you.
I've got one little question. I should have brought it up earlier. And I'm just asking it. Not pointing fingers, I'm just asking a question. So there's another significant bill for the South Piney Bridge. Is that ever gonna, what are we doing with that thing?
I think it's out. I mean, it's been awarded.
Yeah. Dump tractors.
So that would be for getting materials in, I'm guessing. I could ask Eric and let you know for sure.
Yeah, that one's just starting. So, I mean, we've had a lot of engineering on it, trying to.
Well, and that's what I was referring to as another
Oh.
significant number for engineering. That's what I was
Yeah,
curious to know.
that one's been kind of because of them gas lines. That's been a
Right, no, I
big
understood
deal.
that.
Yeah.
So it's in the replacement stage now then?
Yes.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Will it be done this fall,
They're gonna do most of it over the winter.
in the winter?
Yeah. And it'll be done spring. I mean, I think they have till June or something. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. That's all.
That's
No more. Yeah, that's it.
Other than that, waste management, that's going good. Gotta do some work on the scale. We got tested yesterday and it's out of its whack a little bit, so got Fairbanks coming up to work on that, so we're not in violation. Other than that, everything's going good there. Shredding's going great. C&D's still coming in hot and heavy, but we're at track over there. It's really all I got for waste management. Golf course, we had our last tournament last weekend. That went good. Now we're just we'll really start trying to fix I got some paths over there that got a lot of root damage, and I'm gonna start tearing them out and filling them in with rotomill and get them done. We still got some sprinklers that we got some issues that we've kind of held off on because they're right in kind of some hard active play areas that we're gonna fix. So we're just carrying on over there. But everything's going on as planned.
Will the restaurant be open over the winter?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Other than that, that's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for Billy? Or Mike? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Andre?
Mike, are you gonna be here during Jay's conversation with Fairgrounds? So I have one question. As far as the work Jay was gonna do, it's not out to bid yet. Is it ready to go?
Yeah,
Seems we're missing some good time right now.
We just got the fire marshal review, so. we're ready to go out to bid.
Okay.
Just behind you getting it advertised, so. projects ready to go, and we have approval from fire marshal. So I guess just to let you know, we kind of have that into, we'll have a bid option on that as far as the buildings. We'll see what the final numbers come back in. But based on our estimates, it should be under budget. So.
Yes.
Good, thank you. Andre, please.
Yeah, so we had fire inspections last week, all the fire systems, which was quite the task because we, the phone lines, I'm sure you guys are aware, were not working properly, so none of the fire panels were reporting. That seems to be cleared up. They're all working properly now. I spent about all last week trying to get that figured out. Of course, you know, Lumen or CenturyLink, whatever they're called now, they weren't being terribly helpful. But I think they must have done something because they're all working now. They haven't communicated anything with me, and it sounds like dispatch is also, things are getting better over there as well, but they haven't gotten any official word. Anyway, so they're all working now, and we had our inspections. That's a pretty big job for us. Courthouse, library, concrete jobs. I put mostly complete on here, but since I've done this, it's all done. This is the first year in like the 10 years I've been here that we got it all done in the fall and not had to wait till spring. So I called the contractor and thanked him for that because it's usually a struggle getting it all done, but it's all complete. We just have some cleanup to do now with some of the grass and stuff.
Great job.
White Pine generator, we're still working on that one. Since we thought we were getting it fixed, we learned that that is one of the only generator we have, and the repair guy that we use, it's only the second one he's ever seen that operates the way it does, and that with the way the gas comes in. Normally it turns into gas right after the tank, but this one, it goes liquid all the way through and then turns to gas at the generator. And so we're having to do some repiping on that, and we're working on it. They're actually at the shop right now coating the pipe so that when they put it in the ground, it's protected. Courthouse air conditioning project, we got the parts have been ordered. We're looking at quite a few weeks out before we can get those air conditioners, but they'll probably start on some of the inside stuff here shortly. The proactive building, I did get a contractor over there last week. I'm still waiting on the quotes from him for all the different repairs that they were requesting. It's quite a bit, and I think it's going to be a pretty significant amount, especially for the siding. That's I think probably going to be the most expensive. That and the windows are going to be the most expensive part. Public health, they called me pretty much immediately to go over there and take care of some stuff that they had been trying to get done from the hospital, that they wouldn't take care of it. I took care of the door hardware and stuff. They were having issues with the doors. They were worried they were going to get locked out. I fixed that. And then the generator, no one had ever serviced it. It was like 3 years old. And so I got a guy over there, got it serviced. It's going to need some repairs. And I think it's going to be a few $1,000s to repair it. So it's ours to do now. So that's about it for now.
Okay. Any questions for Andre?
What kind of hours does that generator have on?
Not very many, but it's a little Generac. It's not even really the guy that I brought over to look at it and service it said it's not even really what should be there. It's kind of something you'd put at your house, just to run a few things, but
They just use it to run their refrigerator.
the refrigeration, yeah. So if they move out of that building, we'll definitely have to look at something proper.
Any questions for Andre? I thank you much. Up next, Shad Cooper, please. Thanks for coming in right on time. Yes, you did. I'm sure this young lady helped you though.
Exactly. Good morning, commissioners. See everybody. Let me start and introduce Josie Vallette. Josie is our
Hi,
new
Josie.
Wildland Urban Interface Coordinator. After several months of advertising and interviewing and going through a candidate selection pool, I'm very pleased to announce that Josie's been offered the job as our Wildland Coordinator, and very excited to work with her. She brings a wealth of experience and knowledge and subject matter expertise to the job, and she's really going to bring a lot of horsepower to the organization to start implementing our community wildfire protection plan and reducing wildland fire risks in Sublette County. So with that, I'll hand it over to Josie and let her say good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Really excited to be here. As Shad said, I'll be focusing primarily on private land, wildfire mitigation, and hazardous fuel reduction. Really excited to keep getting to know the community and serving you all.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thanks.
If you guys have any questions for Josie, I'll go ahead and get started. So just my monthly update from the fire department activities. So you guys should have a report in front of you. I'll go through that. So it's been, call it an average month for call volume. Actually, I'll start with budget. So we're currently 16.71% used in the year. So our budget is in alignment with that, so we're not overspending our budget. I will warn you next month, I do expect that to change. The tender 626, which is the last tender we purchased in last year's budget. The agreement is that we paid 25% upon contract and then 50% upon delivery of the chassis. That chassis has been delivered, and next month we anticipate receive the invoice for that, and we'll pay for that chassis, and then it'll take them about 8 months to build the fire truck after that. So that'll be, in other words, that'll be a change to our budget expenditure. I just want to give you guys a warning ahead of time that that's coming. Back to the report. So in the month of August, there were 26 calls, broke down by each of the battalions. Like I said, that's about average for this time of year. I will go into a little detail on some of the calls. I thought it'd be appropriate. I'm gonna send a letter to the fire chief of Jackson Hole Fire EMS, and I thought it'd be appropriate to share that with the Board of County Commissioners, just so you're aware of the assistance that we've received from Jackson in the recent month. Well, I'll just read the letter. So Chief Mike Moyer, letter of appreciation. Chief Moyer, I want to personally express my deepest gratitude to you and your entire team for the outstanding support provided to Sublette County during recent large incidents. The professionalism, skill, and dedication your firefighters demonstrated during the Dollar Lake Fire and the Little Jenny Haystack Fire were nothing short of remarkable. Your team's assistance came at a critical moment and truly made a difference in our efforts to protect lives, property, and our communities. Please share the enclosed Sublette County Unified Fire Challenge coins with the firefighters who contributed their time, energy, and expertise. According to my records, the following individuals provided support for these incidents: Dan Long, Warren Newton, Kevin Lynch, Ben Updane, Andrew Byron, Charles Croteau, Tim Knipple, John Toby, Matt Redwine, Chance Abel, Aaron Hargrave, Ben Updane, Colby Carpenter, Lily Sullivan, Kevin Lynch, Sarah Schuler, Elizabeth Garretts, Mike Sullivan, Justin Repa, and Burns Cyber. The dedication and teamwork displayed by your firefighters exemplify the very best of our profession. The hard work and positive attitude were critical to the success of these operations, and I'm truly grateful for everything they have done. Thank you, Chief Moyer, for leading such an extraordinary team and for the continued partnership between our fire departments. Please extend my heartfelt appreciation to the firefighters for their exceptional service. So the reason why I bring that up to the commissioners is I wanted you to be aware of the outstanding partnership that Jackson Hole Fire EMS has always promoted as our nearest neighbor and provides assistance several times a year to Sublette County Unified Fire. But with the recent large incidents, especially, we've needed a lot of help. And they, as you saw there from the list of firefighters that they sent down to help us in our time of need, they've been an excellent partner. And I'm just going to send a letter of appreciation and challenge coins up to show a token of our gesture of our goodwill and appreciation. So, thank you.
In that regard, please, do they bill us for anything?
Commissioner, yes and no. On the first one, the Dollar Lake fire, the answer is yes. So the way that works is I opened the emergency fire suppression account for the Dollar Lake fire that covers all of our local costs. That's how we pay for our contribution for large fire incidents. When the Dollar Lake fire happened and we needed help, I contacted Chief Moyer and he immediately sent down 2 of his engines that were fully staffed, and they stayed with us for about 2.5 days during the initial attack while the incoming resources from across the country were en route. And so we were able to hold the perimeter of the Dollar Lake fire and keep it from moving north into the Union Pass area with the assistance that was provided, not only from the local responders, the Forest Service and the BLM and our own volunteer firefighters from Sublette County Unified Fire, but also from the assistance from Teton County. And the answer to your question is the firefighters will from Teton County will be compensated for their time on the incident by billing through the emergency fire suppression account. The other incident, though, the haystack fire on Little Jenny, same thing is, we knew that's a labor intensive fire. We've had several of those, unfortunately, in my career, and those are just terrible fires. They last a long time, and they take a tremendous amount of work to put those type of fires out. And I knew I was going to need all the help we could get. So again, I called Chief Moyer and said, hey, can you send all the help that you can? We're going to need all the help we can get. They immediately sent down 3 engines and many firefighters to help us, and we used them for about 4 hours on that haystack fire. We ended up staying on that haystack fire for, well, really we had our firefighters on it for about 48 hours total, and then we followed up the next couple of days after that. But for the first 4 hours of that fire, the firefighters in Jackson Hole Fire EMS came down and helped us out and helped us to contain that fire. And without their help, my concern is that where that haystack fire was located at, and with the prevailing winds and the spot weather forecast provided to us from the National Weather Service, we were sincerely worried about the potential of lofted fire embers and brands being caught in the wind. And the wind direction was pushing straight towards the adjacent Forest Service property, and we needed to make sure that we prevented the production of those fire embers and the ability of the wind to carry those and potentially start a new ignition on the Forest Service. And so the firefighters that came down from Jackson helped us to immediately, knock down the intensity of that haystack fire and reduce the ember production. And without their help, we might have had a different outcome. So, but to answer your question there, they will not be compensated for that. That's just part of our mutual aid agreement. Sublette County has sent our engines to assist them in the past, and they've sent their engines down to assist us. In recent incidents, they've sent more help to help us than we've sent up to them, though. So we definitely owe them a favor.
Sure, but every year it changes. So there is a difference between the Dollar Lake and the haystack.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right, well, moving on. So back to the report here. So there was no open fire investigations last month in Sublette County. Our fire prevention program. So no major activities, just one smoke detector. I will say that October is fire prevention month, and right now our prevention team is getting ready. They're scheduling, school visits with each of the elementary schools and the preschools, and we're getting ready to host an open house and all the public education events in October. So our staff is getting ready for that. And then now with the with bringing Josie on board, we expect the Firewise program to take on significant new momentum there. I'm super happy to have her on board and help us out with that. Moving on to the training report. Our training officer has been very busy promoting Firefighter 2 and fire instructor classes. The RT 130 class is the wildland refresher class for incoming new firefighters that have joined. EVDT is emergency vehicle driver training, and we do that for all of our firefighters to make sure they can drive our apparatus. It's kind of a different skill to be able to drive those large fire trucks. First due is the software program we use to manage our training program and incident reporting. Bob's been very busy with hose testing and pump testing, and some additional work on the recruiting practicals. As far as Recruit Academy is, off the top of my head, I want to say we have 16 new recruits. Close to that, we might be plus or minus one. We continue with ongoing efforts to recruit new firefighters. I'm pleased to say that that's been very successful. We're seeing a lot of new recruits that are expressing interest and submitting applications. And then as they are onboarded, we're immediately beginning with training to engage them and get them involved with each of the respective battalions that they're responding with. I won't go into detail for the cooperative service meetings, but as you can see, I've been very busy with maintaining partnerships with our local, state, and federal partners. And that is all I have. So in the report, I'm happy to stand for any questions.
Just an observation from my point. I've been truly impressed with the amount of support that's come to assist on the Dollar Lake fire, the quality of the individuals. I've been to a number of meetings, and their handoff from one team to another has been exemplary. People don't recognize or understand fully what they go through, but what a tremendous job they've been doing, and I appreciate all of their service. And for Sublette County, I'm sure I haven't had any calls of complaints, concerns, of course, but no one casting dispersions. So it's a great job for everyone, yourself and your teams also. Thank you.
I'll pass your accolades on to the Forest Service.
Please do. Yes, there's not enough that can be said about them. Yeah. Any questions, statements for board? Josie, welcome and look forward to seeing you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Next is the rec board pathway discussion. Do we have anyone here in regards to that?
It's not until 9:45, so I think we're just a little ahead of time.
Okay, we're going to move on to the Ice Arena feasibility of operating agreement then.
They're not here either.
Jay Brower's not here. We're going to bump Jeness Saxton up into the mix right now, please.
We're working on that hour.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This morning, knowing we would not really be discussing it today, but I just want to make that clear, I sent you the grants policy that I've been drafting. I have sent that to Jessica, Clayton, Emily, and our auditor. Clayton has approved it as to form, and Jessica has felt that it serves the needs that she has. I'm still waiting to hear from the auditor and Emily. So at the next meeting, we'll discuss that. But I sent it to you this morning for review. If you have any questions or concerns about it, please let me know. We just need to get the ChatGPT licenses. So I either need authorization to ask for that from Lisa to get those rolled out to our AI pilot program participants, or I need to know the status of that, I guess. Have you spoken or Mac spoken with Lisa about getting those chat licenses? Okay, and I can certainly do that with your authorization.
Have at it.
Okay. Industrial siding, I attended the meeting late last week with our local group. Just Clayton sent you an email this morning letting you know the status of that. Essentially, locally, we're just working on the projects that might be associated with that application, knowing that there may not be a fifth penny and we may not get anything, but we're just getting ahead of that. And he's preparing the documents associated with that industrial siding application for the Blue Spruce operating helium plant. And as he said in that email, the towns were going to be taking to their town councils the question of whether they want to discuss adding a fifth penny to the ballot. So more on that later, I guess, when we hear back from them. So the House Enrolled Act 59 about roadways across state lands. Skylar Wilson reviewed what they had sent us and amended it and added to it, and we have sent that back to the Office of State Lands. So it's in their court right now. It didn't look like there was anything that we particularly needed, but I'll let you know if anything changes on that. I attended the Wyoming County Commissioners Association meeting on September 12th on the roadless area rule. They're just going to gather information from us being all counties, and they are preparing comments on that. So it seemed very much like the counties are all in agreement that there need to be a couple of more alternatives. They only have 2 alternatives right now, and so more to come on that as that proceeds as well. Does anybody have any questions on that so far?
What are the 2 alternatives?
Rescind or keep it?
Okay.
And similarly, the WCCA is working on sage grouse comments on our behalf. I don't know if you've seen stuff about a potential rescission of the public lands rule, but that's potentially in the works as well. Is anybody planning to go on September 30th, that meeting for the Bridger-Teton National Forest cooperating agencies for the next steps in the forest plan revision is likely not going to be here. We still do have the room reserved here in case something changes, but they were trying to find a location in Jackson due to some other agency concerns, I believe, primarily state agency concerns. They did send the information that I said. They've asked us to read in advance, so hopefully you all received that. Does anybody want to go to that meeting on the 30th?
Is this comparable to the meeting that we had over here this spring with?
It would be comparable. So that was on the assessment, and this is on the needs and, or purpose and need.
I'll pass.
I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go?
I'm gonna try to go.
Okay. All right. We have not received any additional applications for the visitor center board vacancy. So we still have Jessica filling that role as far as I know, until such time as we get them. Would you like me to advertise it again? There are a couple people that may be being reached out to right now, so it's possible we'll get an application soon.
What kind of involvement do you have with being on the board? Is it once a month? Is it once a week? What are we looking at?
We have a meeting once a month, the 3rd Thursday from 11 to noon, the 3rd Thursday. And I serve as the treasurer of the board, so there's a little bit extra work there balancing the bank account, but I hope that at our meeting on Thursday, I'll be able to pass that along to someone else.
Okay, so it's not greatly intrusive.
Not greatly intrusive.
Okay, so yes, let's go ahead, if it's okay with the board, and continue it.
Continue advertising.
Please. Okay. Thank you, Jessica.
And then the last thing that I had on my list was that in the interim, there was a request for a letter for the Museum of the Mountain Man, and that was taken care of, signed by the chairman, and digitally signed or with his approval, and that has been sent to them. So that is taken care of. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have. Anyone have any questions?
Sure.
Sure.
No, you probably can't help, or maybe possibly don't. So do you have any idea what's going on with the sheriff's office, when that closing was for them to get an IT person?
I do not, but I can ask Andrea or the sheriff's
I
office.
talked with them yesterday. It sounded like they were gonna do interviews late this week.
So it's closed.
Yeah, I believe so. They got some decent applicants, sounded like. Lisa was gonna sit in on those interviews and then kind of go from there with her interviews, in 10 days or so.
Correct. My understanding on that was they were going to interview this week. I don't recall if they had 5 applicants, but that sounds about right. Lisa was going to sit in on the interview committee. They would offer a position to anyone that Lisa liked from that interview, she would have next week during her interview. So I think she starts interviewing next week. is how I,
So her deal's close to her advertising for people.
well, I think we take an application up to the day of, yeah. Okay, and then I do have a question pertaining to, and thanks for being here, Billy. When we're looking at projects that go out for bid, and they're awarded to XYZ or LMN companies, I don't care, pick someone, and there's a number of different projects going on. Is there any system in place where we're tracking the cost of that project and comparing it back to the bid that we awarded it on? Or once the work starts, we don't track it that way? Does anyone have that answer? Great, thanks.
So I guess the question being, how the expenditures are tracked through the project once it's bid? Is that the
Tracked on
question?
a cumulative basis with a end result of going back and comparing it to the actual bid itself to see if we were over or under.
Yeah, we track it every project
Okay.
through vouchers. So every voucher, so we have pay estimates, supplemental pay estimates. So as it goes, we have draws against the bid amount. At the end of the project, generally speaking, we always have a change order for reduction, like what the bid amount was. And the final change order just zeroes it out. So.
And excuse me if I've not seen it, but do you share that with the board? Do you share it with whom?
At the, when we come in at the end of the project, we generally show where the bottom line was, total project cost versus the bid.
Okay.
amount.
Moving forward, would you be kind enough to send Jeness an Excel or a PDF on that so ahead of time so we can review it to see where we're at, please?
Mr. Chairman.
Please.
On every voucher that we do, we submit, I don't know what Jessica, what she does with them, but we submit and it shows where we're at on each. So we can do like a spreadsheet, I guess, but
Well, Jessica should be able to put it together, tracking accordingly. And it's not micromanaging, it's at the end of the project. I'd like to have a cost analysis comparing it back to the budget itself associated with that.
And it shows it as we go down on each voucher that I approve.
Sure.
So it's there. And then at the end, we always show, at the last one, it always shows, pretty much, we're pretty much always come in under. We have, like,
Sure.
So that it shows you the difference there.
And it's a living document that we just prepare based on when we get invoices from the contractors, then we post it against the original bid. And so every pay request, it shows where we're at,
Great.
percentage completed. So those are prepared every.
Sure. I don't, and anyone's welcome to chip in on this. We'll take a 45-day project. I don't think that, from my perspective, need to see a cost analysis on day 25, for example, because it could be expense heavily laden at the end of it rather than at the beginning. So it's has no value from that regard.
So you're talking about kind of at the end, like.
Only the end.
Yeah, we can start bringing those.
Yeah,
to
or
the
send them.
meetings.
Yeah, or if it's something Jessica can put together, I'm not sure, but between the two of you, if you'd like to go ahead after and coordinate that, that would be acceptable.
Thank you. So I apologize if I didn't hear correctly. Is it something you want tracked as the project goes on, or is it a spreadsheet one at the end of the project?
At the end of.
At the end of the project, okay. Maybe if we could just coordinate and.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's no need for both doing it if we already are doing it internally, if that makes sense.
So what determines, like, some of them draw early and stuff? How does that work?
So if they're getting ready for a project and say they have to get certain materials in, like a big pipe or something, they submit the invoice that they paid for that material. So some of that is just materials that have been in receipt that they've spent money on. So we have those receipts. When Billy comes in to approve it, like, here's the dollar amount for this material at the front end of the project. So that would be payable without work being done. And then as we go through the project, you know, it's either done by volume, weight, or percentage if it's traffic control or something like that as you move through the project.
So some stuff might be paid for before it's installed, you're saying?
Yes.
Yes.
Materials.
And then it's kind of paid as the work is being done and as we inspect it, then they submit through the life project.
Performance payment bonds, a lot of times we'll pay that out.
So that
And they
pipe
get
would match on your bid process probably.
Yeah, it's a line item in the bid schedule, so.
Just wondered how you kept that separate. There's fencing and there's all kinds of stuff
Yep.
in there.
Yep.
Mr. Chairman, so Mike, don't you have a contingency fund associated with most big projects?
Yes.
So something shows up you had not anticipated, that money is available, is that correct?
That's correct.
So the total project includes, pardon me, that contingency, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. It was just questions that I have been thinking about and someone asked recently, so I appreciate it.
Get with Jessica and make sure.
Please do.
Projects, you guys get a.
Yeah, let's coordinate that, please. Thank you. You're done. Any questions for Jeness? Great, thank you so very much.
I just have one, if she could forward information about that open seat to me.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, what it,
I'll get you an
a job
application.
description,
You know, if you'd like to just sign the application right now, we'll take care of it.
is there a signing bonus?
Yes, there is.
Lunch, maybe, lunch.
No, you're overpaying.
Anyhow, just for the record, okay?
Thank you so much. Appreciate the interest. Up next, going back to our agenda, we'll move up to the PAC, please. Oh, sorry, rec board. I apologize.
You thought you were going to get off, huh?
We just had you here, didn't we, Mike?
So since our last meeting,
Billy, would you like to come forward, please? You have one for Billy? Thanks.
yeah, since our last meeting, we're able to take comments received, go re-inspect and look at the major issues that were brought up during that meeting. Obviously that stretch by Split Diamond, Billy's crew tore that out and put in some millings. Basically, it's way smoother than it was. It's not an end-all fix, but it's definitely much better than it was. I don't know if you had a chance to go look at it, but you can actually get a stroller down it now. So it turned out good for what kind of situation we're in on that. And then we went and looked at the rest of that little lake trail and then on up towards the cemetery on the Naomi Pape trail. And there was cracks anywhere from, 2 inches to 6 inches wide through a lot of it. So we looked at the bridge abutments. Billy had actually done some research and got some product in that we actually tested out. Didn't think it was going to pan out. It was really labor intensive. The product didn't really look like it was going to work for what we were wanting to do with it. And I probably turn it over to Billy because he was looking at it as we were inspecting it and came up with a good plan, which is the estimate that you see here for dirt patching.
So is this bid exclusive of the work that you've already done, or does it?
No, this is for the rest of the filling them cracks and fixing the bridge abutments.
So a portion of this has already been
Yeah, the
completed.
stuff I did over at Split Diamond
Okay.
has already been done.
So there is no correlation between the color and what Billy has already done. It's,
Yeah, the portion that Billy, I mean, we went out there and spray painted it up, you know, we left sections that were, you know,
okay.
okay.
So my question was, yellow doesn't represent what Billy's already done.
No,
Okay, that was
the red
it.
is the red's what this is reflecting. It's
Okay, I
1.1
understand now.
miles.
Thank you.
So anyway, from basically over there at Split Diamond where it goes across into Shelter Park, round behind Proactive, and then up to basically to the cemetery. Like Mike said, we went and looked at them cracks, and I was telling you guys earlier, well, the only way I think I can make them fill them is we'll just use our Durapatcher and basically fill them like we would potholes. And then the bridge abutments, we can smooth them up and everything. I mean, it's not a total fix, but I mean, it'll, that stuff's really tough. I mean, so it'll be there till you tear it out or till the cracks go somewhere else. But it'll definitely make it way smoother and more safe.
So there is an associated safety issue with this.
Yeah. I mean, them cracks are, and then the way it comes to the bridge, that one bridge is pretty rough, pretty, you know, if you were on a bike and I'm not paying real good attention, you could, you know, it could wreck you.
Okay, great. Monty, does this accomplish what we talked about at the last meeting?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's far more affordable option too. I mean, for a quick and dirty fix, it's gonna do the trick and save my side of it a heck of a lot of money.
And then we can set everything as from here till next spring, and you'll come forward and be a catalyst to get the rest of it addressed, I presume.
Sounds great.
Good. Is there any questions by the board?
I don't.
Chair will entertain a motion to approve this as presented, and we'll move forward.
Chair, I move that we authorize Billy to move forward with the repairs on the bike path in the amount of $12,848.56.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Done deal. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Mike, thank you. Monty, thank you. Billy, thank you.
Wow.
We had that scheduled for a half hour. It's done in 5 minutes.
Enjoy.
Didn't ask questions. Up next, PAC, please. You brought the heavy hitters with you today, huh, Amber?
She's got 2 storms.
Well, that's nice. We don't have to be nice to you now.
Morning.
Thank you,
Good morning.
Commissioner Bernard and fellow commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity for us to present this to today. We know we've sent you a packet with information. An idea was proposed and brought to us to see if we'd consider dealing with the operations of the ice rink and what potential opportunities would be there. And so we were grateful for that opportunity. We as a board, and I apologize, I should introduce all of this. I'm Chris Nelson, chairman of Pinedale Aquatic Center Board. Amber is our director, and Andrew is a member of our board.
I'd like you to know that Amber does an excellent job. She's a great representative for the PAC and truly appreciate her and what she does. So thank you.
Yeah, and so as we
talked about it as a board, and as Amber has worked on it, and we thought, is there a potential for us as specialists in that realm of activities, and ultimately providing opportunities to our community. As we know, the PAC over the years has provided many, many services to our community. All the people there are trained professionals, even with degrees in recreation and things like that. So Amber has put together a plan that could potentially, if the commissioners decided that to appoint us to contract, take over the operations of the ice rink and provide not only the care, but ultimately provide services to our community. We understand the importance and the value of our taxpayers' dollars and the facilities that we have for their use, and try to maximize the use of those facilities for our communities, for our communities and for the people. I look at the PAC over the years and how we've evolved and all the services that are provided from our young youth. And if you ever drive by there in the morning or even in the afternoon, you'll see our mature community out there using the pickleball courts, and in the wintertime, they're indoors using the pickleball courts. So we provide great services to our community for all ages. And we see, as Amber put together this request, the potential and the great opportunity that the ice rink has more than just hockey or skate activities. So if there's any questions, anything for Amber's the one that the brains behind the ability and knows, as she has visited throughout the state with all facilities of similar size and similar capabilities. She's visited with them all and has gained great relationships with them and knows how they run their facilities.
Thank you for that. Chairman Nelson. Is there anything that you would care to add?
I would just add that, the ice rink has some very well-trained staff that work hard to keep it maintained, and they do a very good job at that. And at the very least, as a county appointed board member on the PAC board, I would encourage the commission and the rink to look over, the comparative analysis and to, look at what ways they could improve in what they already do, based off of what other rinks do and, the possibilities that are out there to bring in more revenue. That's what my, takeaway from this comparative analysis was, there's good ways that the rink could improve in revenue and more use. So that's what
Thank you for that.
would be
Amber?
as far as what Amber put forward.
So thank you for the opportunity to put this together. I know nothing about ice rinks, so I learned a lot going through this process. And my expertise is not in managing ice, it's in managing people, staff, and then also serving the community. And that is something that PAC does with a lot of pride. And I would agree kind of with what was said. My largest takeaway from the information I've gathered across the state is there's a lot of potential for increased community engagement opportunities over there. And so I appreciate the conversation and look forward to the conversation, and I'm here to answer questions to the best of my ability.
Great, thank you. For the board, I'd like to identify, I'm viewing this as a non-action item today, just a gathering of information and discussion for a later date. If we decide to take action on this, would that be correct?
It's up to you, Mr. Chairman.
I don't care either way. I've got a little bit I want to say, and then you can take
Nope.
action or you can carry on. But
Okay. Open it to questions, comments from the board, please.
well, I guess I'd start by thanking Sam and PAC this is thinking outside of the box. I'm not sure Me personally, I'm not ready to go down this road. I've spent some time over at the ice arena. Obviously, Sam receives calls and has his feet on the ground as to what is wrong over there or right over there. I know very little about it, but as a county, I think we can make some changes over there. I don't know what our goal is. I don't know how we got to this point, if we're wanting to scrutinize all recreation at this point or why we're at this point right now. But personally, I think we need to give our own employees a look and a talk and set some goals of what we want to achieve or don't want to achieve there and give ourselves a chance first before we align with another organization.
So one question that you raised is how did we arrive here? It's a great question. What I perceived was the initial action was because of a lack of interest of the parents of hockey players to do the cleanup and after the tournaments or after the events on ice. They were looking for ways to maybe remove themselves from that. And on the next meeting, they came forward and they said, yes, we want to continue taking care of the maintenance, which that point it became an item that had been satisfied from an initial concern. In the course of doing this, Commissioner White reached out to you and brought forward, I'm sure, the issue that we were facing, and at the same time, it evolved into what we currently have, which I think certainly needs to have some consideration along with some other discussions that we should entertain. And Commissioner Bradley's his comments are very well noted and I think have merit. Additional comments, questions, concerns?
Yeah, since I've read through this, I've had some concerns, obviously, and I guess the major concern I would have is, and I'm sure most folks are aware, but there's a reversion clause in the deed that restricts some of the usages. And when I say that, it specifically says that facility will be used 51% of the time for hockey. Doesn't say for ice skating, it says for hockey. And so if this was to go forward, the different usages, if you would need to be laid out specifically so that it would not take over the 51% of the hockey usage. Because I don't think anybody here, specifically in this community, would like to see it revert back. Just not an option in my mind. So when I look at this, the projection is for $350,000 that the county would pay to the PAC, and they would specifically oversee the day-to-day operations. So right now, I'm pretty much on the fence of whether I would be in support of this or not. I want to see what the actual usage is that you would put forth other than hockey. Because I know the individuals that gave that property to the county were big time in hockey, and that's the request of that reversion clause. So I think that's going to take some considerable planning, if you would, to make sure that at the end of the day, that request is honored. So, you know, the breakdown and what it's going to look like, hours, the people that are either going to go, as I read it, under the auspice of the PAC. In other words, their salary's going to come from the PAC, not necessarily from the county. Those are things I'd like to see the numbers, what they look like. On the flip side of that, I understand what the PAC does offer, not only to this community, but to those who travel through. A great facility, was very well run, and it's just, you can't say enough about it. Will all that shift over to the ice rink if you were to take over? You know, time will tell that. So, you know, I think you have done an amazing job of putting this thing together, and there's a lot of things to be considered. But I'd still like to see some numbers, the usages that are going to be there. I think, from what I understand, with the 4-day work week in the school system, there's going to be a lot more involvement on the young people at the PAC because of that Friday, when normally they would be either at school or at home. So I think you'll see a lot more usages there. Is that going to spill over into the ice arena? I don't know. Here again, we don't know what the outcome of that will be until it actually happens. So anyway, right now, my thought process is I'm not quite ready to turn it over to the Pinedale Aquatic Center until some of these other issues that I've mentioned, I can see some numbers that would verify we're not going to be able to use it more, or we won't use it more than, in this case, be 49%. So
I'll take that as you're looking to have further discussions in this regard before anything is fully decided, correct?
that is correct. And
Okay.
you know, I'm open-minded enough. I believe that if it looks to be a win-win for everybody, including the community, then, hey, I'm amenable to that. But right now, the numbers, the issues here are fine, but I'd like to see the numbers that are going to correspond to them.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vickery. Commissioner Stevens, anything to add?
Well, I consider it, you know, doesn't seem like, but kind of a big operation, you know, quite a deal for a county this size, and it's running smoothly with the crew we have there. And I'm very concerned, you know, I mean, with the machinery we got there, keeping the ice like it is. I mean, I know probably overstaffed a little bit. I wouldn't be the first one to say that that's probably happening, but it's been run so smooth, and we get very little complaints about how it's run. If people show up, you know, I kind of worry about throwing a monkey wrench in that. So that's kind of where I am. I mean, I just don't know what would happen if you took over with who we got working there. You know, I mean, I don't know how they would feel working under you. Okay. I mean, and then if they did, then we'd be in a pickle over there with, you know, keeping the ice on, keeping the equipment running and the lights on. And so I got a big concern for that right now. So, I mean, they kind of been on their own, see, you know how it is. Somebody come in and going over you, you get a little, doesn't go over so well for a while. So that's my big concern.
Thank you, Commissioner White. And Commissioner White, thank you so much for sharing with them and bringing them up to date on this. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So jumping into this project, you know, I was one that proposed this project. Looking at it, we just went through a budget year, very down year, anticipating gas prices would recover. They have recovered some, but not near where the speculation was. Don't know what's going to happen. The way we're going to have to cut prices or services is, one, by just doing that, we're going to either have to cut service and we're going to have to cut personnel to make this feasible, right? These guys came, they put a proposal together where this is as a bolt-on operation to a operation that they have a proven track record. They have a proven building and equipment that is just as comparable when it comes to monetary value, of how they handle that and do that. They bring the expertise that we might lack here as a board, and they bring a opportunity to share forces across a couple different entities that makes it very hard. For example, if we was to take those 4 employees and say, hey, we're gonna shut down the ice rink 5 months a year, right? Are we saving any money when, 60 to 80% of all our costs are tied up in salaries of individuals? We're just taking salaries of individuals, hitting other people's budget with them to accommodate for that. So looking at all this, knowing that their proven track record, knowing what they could potentially bring to the table, I mean, I don't see any other way that we could take $100,000 off the bottom line and running a facility without cutting services and keeping everything the same. Saying all that, I like the presentation and be willing and ready to move forward with it, knowing that I'm only one of 5. So,
Thank you. There's a lot of merit to everything that Commissioner White said, and I appreciate that. They have by far more expertise than any of us individually or as a board, and I recognize that. And now I'm going to really stir the pot. In my opinion, and this is only my opinion, and I've spoken with other board members in this regard. Some have agreed, some have not. But I think that the discussion of a department within the county for Department of Public Works or recreation is something that should also join the discussion. We have the hockey rink. We're fully aware of the financial loss on that. Piggybacking on Commissioner White's statement, we have the golf course. We have other entities that are open to the public that are utilized, and some of them are outside the purview of our watch, but could benefit by having a Parks and Recreation Department associated. And by doing something like that, it would take the impetus off of the Board of Commissioners and place it to a single department or belly button to push. The item that needs to be fully identified is, do we want to create a new department with a department head to do that, or does the PAC want to branch out and do something that you've already illustrated the ability and professionalism to direct public recreation? So these are items that we're only talking about, and there is no promise or guarantee at the end of the day which direction we would go. But, and there are several items on yours that I find unpalatable, but there's a number of things that are truly attractive. So what if we were to expand that to encompass a number of things to get this under a cost-controlled model, where if we were to do something, we could move employees from one to one, because golf we don't play in the winter, and hockey maybe it's open in the summer or maybe not, but we have valuable employees that I don't want them to feel that their job is being jeopardized, if that makes sense. And that's just my thought as far as initially moving forward or not. Any comments or questions? And if not, I'll open it to online or those attending.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make just one more comment. And it's just a comment. So from as far back as I can remember, which goes a ways, I've never known a government entity to say we're going to operate in the black. That's not their function. Their function is to take the taxes that the people pay to operate as prudently as they can. And if there's one entity out there that's a government tax supported one that is actually making a profit, I've not heard of it. So I think there's some streamlining that can be done. Where right now, I'm not certain. To make the ice arena look a little bit, or maybe a lot of it, better from a financial standpoint. So even though there are an opportunity to collectively put two entities together, there's always somebody that ends up through attrition losing their job, so to speak. I'll put it as bluntly as I can. Now, how do we go about defraying that? I'm not certain, quite frankly. Is joining forces with the PAC, that's an option. Maybe being a little more prudent in the asks that we as a commission receive and saying no occasionally, get by with what you've got. Those are options that could be parlayed in about everything as this commission that we do. So I just needed to get that out there because I don't think there's any way in the world that we, at least as this commission, are going to look at the end of the budget year and say, wow, we made $1. That's just not going to happen. So it doesn't matter which way we go here. It matters how prudent we are with the finances that are available. And so, once again, I go back in time. I'd like to see some numbers that's going to keep the PAC from being reverted back to the donor. Or not the PAC, excuse me, the ice rink. Sure. So those things are important to see, to know. What are the numbers going to be that walk through that door, and what are those numbers going to be involved in when they walk through that door? Is it going to be party time? Is it going to be whatever you can come up with to generate revenue, which probably won't include the hockey? And I hate to come back to hockey. I've never played it. I've watched it, don't understand it. But I do know that out here, that's the driving force of that facility.
Sure.
So that's my second thoughts. Now, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Thank you. I don't think anyone's talking about making it run in the black. You're correct. It's not the function. However, the function of the board is to be fiduciary responsible to the constituents of the county and make sure that we have prudent expenditures and not go overboard and save as much as we can. So if that brings our costs down, and we've still won in that regard, if that makes sense. Andre, you had a question, please?
No, I just had a comment. I was, sitting here listening to the discussion and talking about usage, quite a bit. And just was thinking, if this doesn't happen, I would propose that I could pass grant where he could call the other rinks around the state to find out. I mean, we don't have much of population like the other rinks have, so obviously they're bringing more people. But
sure,
he could call them and find out what they feel are their events maybe that they put on that's outside hockey or figure skating in their rinks that they feel are successful. That has been good for them to continue to do. Maybe he could try and implement some of that here. But, we could, you could always experiment and try to put on some events or some kind of skate event or something. But if we called the other rinks to find out what they were doing that they felt was successful, I think that would be a good start to get some more utilization.
I appreciate
Whether
that.
it be a skate night for the kids, things like that, which I've always kind of wanted to see. Stuff like when we were younger, we used to do, see if that works out here. It's just, with the population so low here, it's a little tough. I think that would be a good idea.
I appreciate that. I've opened it to the floor for comments and questions. Thank you. No one at this board or hopefully anyone has any questions about the quality of the employees we have there, and there's nothing in regards to changing hats there, doing everything based on our conversation will stay status quo. So don't feel threatened in that regard, please. Do we have any questions online? Okay. Further questions from attendees? Please, Amber, thank you.
Sorry, I just know that whichever decision it goes, PAC's just happy to be part of the conversation now or in the future, whatever it might be. And I do hope that some of the information provided in the feasibility study is helpful. And to address Andre's recommendation there, if that is something they're interested in, I'd be happy to share everything that I received from around the state as well. The Learn to Skate, the teaching hockey, the specialty nights, skate around the Christmas tree, school groups, homeschool groups, that all of the organizations do. And on when ice is down and when off ice, the results of all that information received, I'd be happy to share that as well. So, and just to address some of the concerns that came up in it, as far as like a specific outline of usage on it, recreation is evolving. We have experience at PAC working with lease agreements or joint powers agreements that outline what our responsibilities are, and we have to meet those to continue to receive our funding. And so do know if this is something that we're interested in moving forward in the future, whatever is written within the deed for the use of that facility and property, we would 100% make sure we were meeting and honoring, because we understand the importance of that. When it comes to recreation, it is a little bit trial and error. Communities are different, interests are different. We've learned that through baptism fire, right? We've tried things that have not worked, and then we've tried things that have been incredibly successful, and we are constantly evaluating and adapting those as we go through. So again, you do a draft outline or ideas that might have come up with shared experiences from around the state of things that could enhance the current use. Currently, we have really strong use of hockey. Both my boys play hockey. And the figure skating group is also, we have actually one of the most active figure skating clubs in the state, which is really impressive. And so there is a lot of use of that. There's adult hockey currently here with us as well. So my enhancers would be more of like school day use, summer use, off-season use, things like that. Right now, our ice rink during season stays very, very busy. So it would be looking at those off seasons of how can we capitalize and use those times to make sure that we're justifying the staff and the expenses of that facility to make sure we're serving the community to the best ability with an amazing facility that's over there. And for staffing is challenging always. Transitions to staffing is very, very hard, obviously, And I will say our rink is one of the best ice managed rinks around the state. I have been to nearly all of them, and the staff here do a very, very good job of maintaining ice. They're very knowledgeable in that. And with the comment of like, hey, they haven't had that oversight on it, I think that comes with that accountability piece, that with the right visioning, with the right expectation or accountability held to them, there's so much potential. And I'm not saying that because the current staff are totally capable of achieving that. It's just the direction that's lacking. So.
Correct.
But outside of that, yeah, thank you guys for your time.
No, I appreciate it. Chairman Nelson, did you have something to say there?
I just appreciate the opportunity that Sam asking us, and especially for Amber doing all the legwork she has. She's laid down a great foundation and a great opportunity to see what the potential of that is. We understand it as an ice rink, but just like our facility, there's so much more we were able to expand upon and do outside of just a building. And so I'm grateful for her. This is an open document. It's yours. If you choose to say, hey, we'll take this and go run with it with our own thing, that's great. But you do have an expert that knows how to run and manage people and manage facilities and use them for the best possible from not only the community. And in turn, as responsible, I will just real quick. It was when budgets became tight. A long time ago.
Which time?
I'll keep it short. But anyways, we once ran on over $3.5 million budget. We still provide the same services when we realized all the cuts that came. Now we run the facility under $2 million and provide the same services. We know how to, she knows how to do those things. So
I'm glad you made that correction at the end. Or she does. She does a great job, and there's only good things to be said about the facility there, so thank you. And I appreciate what you've put together here and the food for thought and discussions we'll have coming up in regards to this.
Please reach out to us. We'll be
of course.
Provide help in any way, because we want to be partners in all of our community. Amber and her staff love serving this community, and they do a great job of it, and we're willing to help support and serve our community the best we can.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation and time. It's very impressive.
I would just echo what Chris said. However you guys take this, it is a public document that Amber worked really hard on for the Iron Creek staff or whoever to use to gain ideas or try to develop a better plan or improve on things that they already do. So I would just leave that.
Good job. Amber, thank you so much. Great job. Sam, thank you. Thanks, you also. Jay Brower, please.
Morning. Morning. How's it going?
Good.
Good.
A little bit.
It's really flat.
Yeah. Pretty much
You
needed.
got standing water in some places.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell us what's on your mind, please. I'm kind of uncertain right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just gonna give you an update of what's been going on at the fairgrounds over the last few months.
And the reason why I expected an update, but at the same time in my package, I see a lease agreement.
That's for Clayton.
And somehow this ended up in my package, so that's why I'm confused.
So I put them before Clayton so that we could talk about their lease agreement, because when I was going through leases, I found that it was expired, and asked Clayton I told him that we needed an updated lease agreement. So he wanted the board to review the expired one and then just discuss any changes. If not, we'll just change the dates on the lease and have.
Well, I thought we were arm wrestling over terms and how much you're going to pay. Yeah, exactly.
No, we just
Okay.
purposely put them before Clayton in their
Okay.
lease agreement because it was expired.
Great. So we'll leave the leases alone and have at it.
Oh, cool. So, we're just coming out of one of our busiest seasons. A lot of events, a lot of back-to-back stuff going on. In my mind, we've had a very successful year at the fairgrounds. A lot of happy people come and left the fairgrounds for different events that we did this summer. And our events were up this summer from previous years. So that's always a good thing to have, just because we're in the same boat as some of the other entities. Like, more people that we get to town to fill up a gas tank, buy a candy bar and a burger, the better off we are. Our cutting that we just got, well, I'll start with, Bear's one of our bigger events that I help accommodate. I don't have anything to do with the planning or anything like that, but like anything else, I try to help make it as successful as possible on my end. As far as the upkeep of the facilities, it was a great fair. We had a lot of people there for fair, so, and it was a good fair. It was record numbers for the sale. Kaylee probably told you some of that stuff when she reported. After we got done with fair, we moved into our cutting, which is a large event that comes into our facility. They almost used 3,000 head of cattle this year, and that is all local cattle that circulates through our facility. So that is a huge income to local.
So did you say sell 3,000 head? Is it?
No, we use 3,000 head for the cutting for the.
Thank you. Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, so they just lease the cattle.
Got it. Okay.
And then we have a week off, and then following that, we go into our ring cow horse show, and they brought 450 head in this year for that deal. So that's really good money that does come into our community to local producers. So I look at that as a win-win situation. Now we're gonna kind of slow down a little bit, and we're going into our more weekend events now through the fall and into early winter, which means 2-day barrel races, some building rentals going on there for different parties and cancer awareness stuff that's going to be coming up in October. We're shifting modes, my crew, as far as putting Humpty Dumpty back together again from all the use. We've been fixing RV pedestals, water lines. I got to tear out all the stalls in the old stall barn and clean it out and redo the floor, re-level it. So our project, we have that on our hit list for this fall to get that done. The events that we have coming in for the next month and a half will only require the one stall barn. So it gives me time to get that done before it freezes. So that's on our hit list. And then as we move forward with that, we still have to tear down the stage to get it ready for the construction project. And so that's kind of on our hit list too, as it gets colder, and something that we can do before we get forced inside to do all of our inside maintenance stuff for the winter. Do you guys have any questions?
So I saw you the other day, you was working on the roof. Was that just minor repairs, or what was you up to?
Okay, so that is.
I didn't stop because I didn't want to get on the roof.
Right, so Dan, now that he's done with the hospital, is finishing the cupola project that he started a couple of years ago, and now he has time to finish the outside of that. So that's the finished side of what he was contracted to do a couple of years ago. He finally had that time to finish that, and material boss it.
Because he hadn't finished it because we thought he was going to get a roof on, then he'd finish it, right?
Yeah.
That's where the plan was.
Yeah. So the last 2 years, it's been like a compound problem and litigation with the roof, getting the roof, and then he was up at the hospital doing that stuff. And so now he's back down there now finishing that original project. He's got all the inside done. He did that a couple of years ago. And so now he's just finishing his deals up on the outside. So
I think he went ahead and got paid for part of it. So this here he's doing, will he get more pay, or what's the plan?
Yeah, he'll get the last of it. We should have that contract somewhere that Carrie had. But 3/4 of that was paid, and then we just have the end.
Because we went ahead and paid him because we thought it was going to get it all done and then pay him. So we paid him what he got done. That's right.
So yeah, we just have one more payment on that deal when he gets that done. That was in his contract. Just finishing that up. And then Rio Verde probably gave you an update on their end of the project when he was here earlier. That's kind of what Mike led me to believe, that we're getting ready to go out to bid on that.
What's that?
So, yeah. So, and then that way I'll get the stage out of their way for when that happens. I've been keeping it up just because we did schedule to have it I scheduled the lift and was gonna put some guys on it, and then we got a call that the local band wanted to use it for a fundraiser, so it's still up, and I'll keep it up till that transition happens, but it's on my hit list to get that moved for construction.
Thank you for that. You have anything you'd like to add? And you don't have to, I'm just putting you on the
Yeah,
spot.
no, like Jay says, it's been, so I guess I'll give you a little bit of what, today's like my worst day of the year. It's
Coming
winter.
here?
It's winter ride time call-in day. I just say that because my phone starts ringing at 7 o'clock and it's nonstop for at least 20 minutes now is all it takes to fill what we call winter ride times. And that's when the Ag Center is used every single day with 2-hour time slots all through the winter, starting November 15th-ish until April 1st. So I know it's not that bad, but it is for people calling, I know. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm also the president of the Wyoming Association of Fairs for the next couple of years.
Great.
So I'm in the process of planning our annual convention. It's going to be in Douglas next month. And yeah, just a few other, I was going to say our deposit this month is probably our biggest deposit. There's over $30,000 deposited into for our August revenue. That's, I'd say 2/3 of the year in a month with between the cutting and the grain cow horse. And that it's up every year. So that's always nice.
Good job. Good job.
Another question. So when they call in, is this renewal of what they had last year, or is this call in, they ask for a slot, you fill that slot, and then next one calls in, you got a slot available, you put their name in that slot? So there's some disappointed people. Right?
Yes, it's not a renewal. It's a first come, first served call lottery, basically situation.
So do the Ag Center members still get a time?
The Ag Board members get their time slots. Yep.
Which also, we just had an Ag Board meeting last week, and we are updating some of our policies in the Ag Center as far as disciplinary actions on cleaning. Individuals that are using the barn that are not in contract with us at all, because it's free ride time. So they really have nothing to lose with our prior rules of the barn. But if you come rent our barn and you don't clean up, then we penalize you $500, for a cleaning fee because you destroyed our facility or made a mess or whatever. So the Ag Board has decided that we now have a policy that any user using the facility is required to clean up. They get three strikes and you're kind of out deal. The first strike is a written warning so that you are aware and agree that you have been warned that you didn't clean up to the standards that we require. The second warning or the second notice is written with a $100 fine and 6 months of no personal use. You can still come to events and stuff like that. If they're a team roper, they can come team rope, they can come barrel race, stuff like that. The third offense is a $500 fine in a year. Hopefully we never have to go down that road. But it is there to enforce because we do have people that don't have any sweat in the game, I guess, per se, that abuse it. But I do have to say this, that 99% of our barn users in our community follow the rules. Like, we have a great community. Anywhere we go, everybody just raves about Sublette County's facility, their barn, the way we run it, the way it's always clean, nice facility to come use, nice facility to come rent. So I think we can kind of put that feather in our hat, that we have the nicest facility in the state. But unfortunately, to keep that at that standard, like, it takes everybody. Like I said, 99% of the people that use the barn they're great. We just have a few that.
So is it the same ones over and over?
Yeah.
Expected.
So do you have an agreement, usage agreement that they sign when they come in for the free time?
So we're gonna push this policy through Clayton to make sure.
Good
that
enough.
our
Okay.
wordage is the way it's supposed to be, but it's, the ag board's mind on this was that it would be, signage to, because we have people that just use the barn, that are not under any sort of contract. The barn is open, they can come in and out. And so, they were going to, notify, I guess, the public through permanent signage on the building, which we have our rules posted, on the bathroom walls, on all the doors of what's expected. But this was gonna go over and beyond that, too. And then they're also wanting to enforce a stiffer no dog policy than what we got. We have a no dog rule because we had an incident with a lady, because we used to have a leash law, or a leash rule that everybody had to have their dog on a leash. But this lady come in with a leash that's the retractable one and let her little dog out there like 30 feet. And it went completely around a horse and two people, and the horse flew up, and it was a bad deal. And so then we went to a no dog deal, and everybody waits for Jay to get in the tractor to drag the barrel race. And then they bring their dogs in because they know I'm in the tractor and can't say anything. So the ag boards wanted to make that, Torrington has this, they have a $250 fine if you bring a dog into their barn. And so they're kind of following suit that maybe a stiffer penalty, people will leave their dogs out in their vehicles, you know, where they should be and not in the event, barking or whatever.
Dirt and what the dogs do in the dirt, and then the kids play in the dirt, you know, that's kind of the big thing, I think.
Yes, it is. Thank you for running that past Clayton, and I think that alleviates my concern. Any questions, comments from the board?
Well, I've just got one. You already answered one of my questions about revenue generation from these big events. And so, but I'll take it one step further. So anytime there's an event there that generates a personal revenue, is there a fee associated with that or not? I'm just curious how that works.
Like, what do you mean?
Oh, let's say Mac and I want to put on a team rope, and we're going to have 27 people there. That's going to cost X. So do we pay you so much for the usage of that based on what we generate, or how does that work?
Yes and no. So we leave our RV park and our stalls. So whatever's generated, we share that cost. So like, if you was to come in and rent our facility, the way I would recommend that you would rent our facility is I charge $15 a night for stalls, $22 a night for RVs. I suggest as a production that you up that fee. This is all I'm going to require, but you raise my stalls to 20, you raise the camper spots to 30, because then you make money to help your production with the added money. But as far as the lease go, the lease, it doesn't matter how many people you bring in, the lease is the same amount, depending on if you're a resident or a non-resident. So that's a flat fee. But the other cost, I figure, is better if we share that cost than if I just charge you some astronomical number and then your event is a failure, you lose all that money and you're not coming back. But if we have the opportunity that I help set you up, that you just pay for what you use, then we kind of both in a win-win situation, because then you can build your event. You keep coming back year after year, your event gets bigger, and you're not having to just rent a facility for an ungodly amount of money, because we don't have a freeway running past our barn. The cool thing about the cutting is it's the Montana State Cutting Horse Fraternity. Like, it's not even in Wyoming. They come from Montana. So every one of those people, I mean, we have a few that show local or in the state, but that's just a handful. Everybody else that comes to that event is a non-res, there's mainly Montanas and a lot of Utahns come to that. So we're bringing that outside dollar into our community, and they book rooms, the cattle rental, fuel, food. And we keep the rent the same for them too. So like the more stalls they sell, the more stall nights we both benefit from it, both the leasee and the leaser. Does that answer your question?
It did answer my question. Then one other question, talking about cleaning up, and that can be a big deal. I know that. So here again, let's say I'm going to go down there and I'm going to use it. My horse is all over doing each thing. So is it, do you supply equipment for that kind of stuff?
Yes.
How does that work?
So you come to the barn to ride for ride time. I have wheelbarrows and manure forks there, and you're required to clean up after yourselves. Because potentially it's a free ride time, right? You're not paying a rental or a lease to use that time. You're coming down on your own time using the facility. So we ask that you clean up behind yourself, because if everybody does that throughout the day, then my cleanup the next morning before I work the ground is very minimal. I'm not spending like 4 hours cleaning up everybody's mess before I can even work the arena or something. And I figured that's fair. If you're coming down and using the facility, the least we can ask you is to clean up after yourselves and keep the facility clean. So yes, there is manure forks, wheelbarrows there. All they got to do is put the manure in the wheelbarrows, and then they don't have to do nothing else with it. And then on a typical morning, we come in and we usually try to be in and out of the ag center in an hour, so that it's ready for ride times and people can enjoy it the rest of the day without us being in the way. So we go in there, we dump all the wheelbarrows from what everybody's cleaned up for the day. We go in and pick maybe some stuff that they've left in the arena out of there to keep our footing phenomenal. And then we go clean the parking lot, work the ground, and essentially have the building ready to ride by usually 8 or 8:30 in the morning. And then it's kind of on autopilot for the rest of the day, and we go do other projects around the fairgrounds that need to be done. But that's kind of our daily in that facility.
Okay, so one other question. So most of those facilities, however you clean them, you still got to at some point turn the dirt over, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the correct term or not, but take it out, replace it kind of thing. So how often does that occur, or does it?
Depends on how clean you keep it. Footing breaks down with organic material.
Right.
That's why I'm the Nazi on the manure deal. We have, and Matt can side with this, we have probably the best footing in the state. So to protect that investment, we just clean. I have refreshed the ground twice since I've been there, and one complete changeover. The first complete changeover we did about 4 years after I started. So we're talking 10 years ago. We did a complete changeover, threw that dirt away because the ground quits cooperating with you, and plus ammonia levels get high. So if you leave that in there, don't ever refresh, it gets hard to breathe in there. So we're better off to keep our ammonia levels down. And so keeping the arena clean in between events, even during events, and then refreshing it. And I refresh like twice a year, and I have a stockpile of footing that we put in, because actually the best footing that we ended up having was what we took out of the event center when we put the concrete in, and we screened it and made me a surplus of footing that I change in and out. And that's also the footing that we put in the event center for our cutting and our reining cow horse events and fair for livestock and the jackpots. So yes, it is very important to clean it and do dust control and clean your building, because then you get the longevity out of it. Otherwise, you're putting all this money out that doesn't really need to be. So cleaning is a huge deal in the ag center.
Yeah, got that. So, well, thank you. You've taken care of everything I've got to ask. So.
Further questions?
Chairman. So
Mr.
Jay,
White?
Brianna, I'd first like to say excellent job on the fair. It never ceases to amaze me how much work you guys put into and make all the events that happen down there truly memorable for the guests at that event. It was awesome to see that building and your vision that you showed us here a couple of years ago starting to come into fruition. Excellent job on that. And I know you did a lot of that work yourself. So
Yeah.
I truly believe Sublette County's lucky to have you too. So thank you for what you do.
Good, thank you.
Yeah, that's a first-class operation, no matter where he goes.
I agree. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
1 minute, please. Are there any questions from online? Okay, were you raising your hand? Okay,
May I approach?
yes, please.
Chairman, so hopefully you had a moment to look over the previous lease. It's been expired for a hot minute. Hopefully we can just change the dates if no one had an issue. And
Okay, I do have a question in that regard. Why is the lease made out specifically to you? Yes?
to Jay,
Yes.
Because I guess I live there.
he lives there.
Rent in his house.
He was a full-time employee at the time.
Well, sure, as a full-time employee, why are we leasing property if you're an employee and living there with supplied housing? So I'm confused on this.
So we went through this a couple of years ago and there was some laws and rules as far as how it goes. We used to, before this lease agreement, correct me if I'm wrong, Jay, or remember it different, but it used to be where we would just pull the money out of his pay and stipend his pay every month, and there was some rules that we couldn't do that through the labor laws, how it happened. And so what we did is we came up with $1,000 a month and we adjusted your pay to compensate for that. So Jay is being kept whole there, but accounting and audit purposes, we're being covered on our end as far as how we correctly administer public property.
Yeah, I was confused over it because I can see you working as an employee and paying us rent, and I'd like to do that with more people, by the way.
Don't look at me.
I think so. Okay, I understand now. Thank you for the explanation.
Absolutely. And Jay, you guys good with $1,000 again? Because I'm good with the way it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys have any issues we need to be aware with? I'm good with just changing the dates.
Great.
Yeah, and I think also, correct me if I'm wrong, I think also that had something to do with your retirement benefits, didn't it? Also,
It did.
Yeah.
When it was coming out before, it was actually messing up my gross income, which then was
right.
reflecting in my
Yeah.
retirement. So then they flipped it. Now it's just a tax burden.
Yeah.
So it's a wash. So,
Great. Call it what you want.
yeah, I gotta pay for it now or later. It looks like. So,
Excellent. I appreciate that. I didn't know, so thank you for that.
okay.
Go answer your phone. It's ringing.
Sneezing.
Do
You said
we
today
need to
was the
put that
busiest
in
day of
form
the
of a motion of anything? Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
So I was gonna say, perhaps Chairman, if you could have one of these gentlemen make a motion that I update or Clayton updates the
Current
date,
lease.
the current lease, and then have you sign it. I don't know. Do we have to wait till the next meeting, or can we just update the lease and have you sign it? If you make the motion that
So
way.
you make a motion to have him sign it whenever it's ready.
Okay.
Yeah, when it's ready, I agree. Chair will entertain a motion.
Chairman, I move that we update the lease agreement between Sublette County and Jay Brower with living arrangement. Not changing anything of the document except the dates. How long was this lease agreement? First time?
Just for a year. It was a year to year.
Just a year to year.
Practice expired in 23, it shows.
Would there be an issue with extending that with you folks? So we don't get into this, we forgot it again thing or not?
Hey, do what you want.
Okay,
I don't plan on going anywhere.
Well, I knew that. That's why I asked the question.
we'll do a quick inquiry with Clayton to see, because it is it's not a current lease. It expired in 23. And then we'll, motion by the board to have it signed outside of the next board meeting would be acceptable.
That's my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you for taking the time.
Thanks. You guys have a good one.
You too.
Hey, thanks for the update. Mac and I are not gonna come down there and put on team roping, I don't think. Are we?
Well,
Hadn't planned on it.
I might be watch one, but I'm not coming to put one on. Putting on barrel races.
Yeah, putting on barrel racing.
Thank you. Okay, Clayton's not here. We'll scratch him from the agenda unless he's online. Do you want to take a 10-minute recess? Yes? Okay, I heard yes from someone over here. Okay, we'll be coming back at 11:05. Up is Clayton Malinovich. However, Jessica Rice is going to step forward regarding a portion that she can address on his behalf.
Well, he was going to address this on my behalf because the only thing when I found Jay's lease agreement, I found two others that had an expiration date that had passed. One was the Visionary Communications Visionary Broadband. And that was a 5-year lease and it expired, I believe, July of 2025. And the other, the hospital district for the Daniel Fire Station.
On the Visionary, I see that it's actually 3 5-year terms for a total of 15 years. And unless there's discontent or terms of the lease have been violated, then it would terminate. So I believe that we have an existing lease for the next 10 years, to be honest with you.
It just says that it's anticipated that this will be renewed. However, the county is under no obligation to renew.
So I have a question down there on the payment. It says record the my premise sum of $7,200 per year in advance. Has that money been paid?
It has been every year. Mm-hmm.
I suggest we just put them on hold till Clayton's back to review them.
Okay.
And visit them again next meeting.
That would work.
Sounds good to me. I will make sure he looks at them before the meeting.
So
Great.
maybe we can discuss the deal with the hospital. Did they use it? Has anybody ever seen anybody out there? Or?
The Daniel Fire Station?
That one also said that it was the lessee that was supposed to ask to renew. So that one we could, I suppose, just let expire, but
Well,
how would we know if they're?
We get Andre or something to go look out there and see if there's stuff in there. Somebody go look and see if it's, you know, I had a couple people's interested in buying the thing earlier. You know, if they're not gonna use it. I mean, they were just gonna put some supplies in there originally, wasn't it? Some building supplies or something they talked about.
Well, I can tell you the discussion of this. When it first came to be, that was supposed to be set up so that ambulances would have some place to park out of the winter time, let those folks inside, so they didn't have to keep an ambulance running forever outside. To my knowledge, that's never occurred.
No.
And I don't think we need to supply them a place to store.
When it was brought up, they would use it.
Was search and rescue gonna use one side of it, or their snowcat didn't fit in there? I thought they'd agreed
Well,
to
that's
take
what I'm saying. It'd be
on one
nice to
side.
see somebody go out there and see if it's vacant or are we paying the gas bill or what? Heat bill?
I mean, if it's not gonna be used, why don't we just shut the power and the water off?
Well, why don't we just sell it and get it off our books? One of the complaints I've heard several times is, why do we own so much real estate when we're not using it?
But then they run out of gas or have a leak at Sandra, and that's when the water froze and that was a mess. So
Sandra is another one.
I'm just saying, you know, shut the power off. We can if the water can't be drained back. You know, I don't know what the situation is out there, you know.
Well, I don't either, but I know when I went in there a time or two, they had a pretty nice little facility there at Daniel.
Yeah.
You know, and that would have been perfect. I thought to have an ambulance there when it's 25 below rather than set outside idle.
So has anyone looked at Sandra recently?
I've been, I parked there a time or two waiting on the ride. You can't get in. It's locked up tight, but it looks like the mice and the rats have dug around the bottom. I don't know if they found their way in yet.
Well, I'm sure they have.
Rode up around it. No, it looks pretty tough.
There's some things stored you can see through the window of the garage. It looks like maybe some of Mitchell's stuff. There's a portable corral in there, maybe a boat and chute. I'd say it's Jim Mitchell's some used
We used to park that out the road bridge.
Yeah,
Everybody's
it
off.
appears it's out there in that shop.
Does anyone have any idea who has a key to that? Pardon? Andre? Great, thank you, Sam. Might ought to want to take a look at it, see what we have.
Oh, the last thing was that gas leak.
Yeah, it froze up. Yeah, and Andre was talking about that. Okay, we're going to table the leases until next go. That takes care of the morning portion of it. I think that Clerk Rice said that her portion could be bumped.
I suppose the only other thing is the chip seal, but this had been approved quite a long time ago. It just was never signed and returned to the MOU between the town and the county for the chip seal project.
Yes.
So it just required a signature.
Okay.
Chairman Bernard, and then I can get it back to the town and we'll have a copy on record.
Backing up here a little bit. Would it be possible that we get some of the legwork done on the hospital deal and the other one before next meeting, plates here on the fire hall and that discussion?
The expired lease, you mean?
Well, I mean, somebody look at it or contact them and but you need to get some legwork.
It said something about it was the responsibility of the lessee to ask to renew the lease. So really, if it's expired and maybe you don't have to do it. That one, it was either July 31st or August 31st. So
I mean, kind of, you know, if someone lived in there, if they were good, or, I don't know. Somebody can be getting that out.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
It was $100 or something.
$10 per month, 120 a year.
120.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Please.
so my guess with everything that the hospital district's going through, they could very easily let this one slip by, so to speak. It's not, but I think we need to touch base with them and see if they're going to use it, fine. If not, then why would we want to keep all the utilities going if we don't have to? Because that's probably cost more than the lease. I'm sure it does that.
The lease terminates on January 31st, 25. And then
Well, I think we at least ought to touch base with them and see
Okay.
what their intents are.
that's fair enough. If you'd like to reach out,
Would you like me to reach out to
Yeah.
them? Okay,
please do.
I can do that for sure. So probably just need a motion to sign that chip seal. The MOU for the chip seal.
You want to look at it?
It's all been done now, hasn't it?
Yeah.
What's that?
Make a motion to allow the chairman signature on MOU between the town of Pinedale and Sublette County on chip seal project and the town.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. You'll have to remove Carrie Long's name on here as county clerk. Okay, we can bump Clerk Rice from 130 to current. And perhaps Jeness may want to come forward as we talk about the clerk's account. Or no? Okay. I see people back there and I'm not sure who's doing what.
one of the clerk's office to come down. Just in case there's something going on outside.
If you were like my mother, you'd just yell and they'd hear us. Thank you for coming.
Talking about the clerk's account first.
I don't know.
I had two things today.
I wasn't sure. I see public records request fee resolution and clerk's account and payroll liabilities.
Maybe we'll do the fee resolution first since Emily's not here yet. That's okay. This Thank you. This resolution came about because I had a public records request a few days after I started, and I found the form for the constituent to fill out for me, and it said something about fees may be charged up to whatever amount. And so I checked with our office, and we don't have a fee schedule for public records requests. It has always said that on the form, but we didn't have a fee schedule. And I went ahead and sent an email to the Clerks Association to see what everyone else was doing. And they were so kind. I received so many resolutions and fee schedules that it was overwhelming. I went through as many as I could, read through the fees. I came up with, I pretty much picked my favorite, changed a little bit on it, and then that's what I'm presenting the board today is the fee schedule. So if everybody is in agreement with that, we can start charging for public records requests.
Any discussion on Clerk Rice's proposal?
It's pretty standard. I mean, what you've drawn is pretty standard throughout the state.
Yes. We were one of the only counties that wasn't charging fees for public records.
Any discussion?
Do you, for what they request, do you need to have somebody there as you're pulling them out? Explain to me how that's going to work.
Like the customer that requests the.
Yeah, the customer requests
They have the option to either, they can request the document by email or by mail. They just have to submit it on our form. And they can come and look at the record without us charging. So they don't have to be provided a copy. If they want to just come review the record, they can. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking. I'm just wondering, so if they come in and say, I'd like to look at, say, record A, but record A is deeply buried somewhere. So are they going to have the knowledge, or will you have the knowledge?
There is a time we can take up to, I believe it's, oh, no, like the time that I have to release the record within 30 days or notify the customer that we couldn't find the record. Also, and I didn't mention this at the beginning, the clerks will notify the customer. If it's something that's on our website and easily accessible, we will point the customer in that direction first before we have them come in or before we have us look it up for them or print it or email it. So most of it is available on our website already.
So this is a common thing. What are we talking about?
Very common, daily.
Do they have one mainly they look for? Is there a certain one they're kind of looking at?
What would you say, Hayley?
We get email requests for, email requests for lien searches, tax liens, those kinds of things. That's generally what we get requests for.
So will that chat bot be trained to guide them in those directions?
Most definitely, because we're working on the chatbot. So Travis Bingham did some training with us, and it is really kind of an incredible tool. Like you go in there and it shows you the questions that people are asking online, and we can navigate our website and find the URL or whatever direct response where we want to navigate it, and you train it to go right there. So yes.
Okay. Is there any further discussion pertaining to what's presented? Chair will entertain a motion or not.
Make a motion to approve resolution 25-1005003B, resolution to establish fee schedule for public records request made.
I have a motion by Commissioner Bradley. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and second. Is there any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed. You want me to sign that now, or how do you? Great, thank you.
Actually, that way requires everyone's signature.
I see that.
Sign mine too if you want.
I was thinking the same thing. You beat me to the request.
Okay. I think the next part we'll wait until that's signed so we have full attention.
Okay.
Might sign this now and give it to you.
Sure.
Thank you much. Thanks for the call. Okay, next portion of it, please. Let's have at it.
Did everyone review the letter that I included with the packets? Okay. So when I became clerk, there was an old account, a small account that always held title fees, recording fees, and miscellaneous fees for the clerk's office. This account had been closed way back when Emily and Carrie took office in 2019. Shortly thereafter, there was a process in our software so that the clerk's office could check a box and say treasurer will collect fees, and then they sent all the money over, and it's balanced each day in the treasurer's office. So that account, it's not actually been closed. There's some outstanding checks that were never cashed, and so I plan on sending those to unclaimed and closing that account with $79 in it. This other account I became aware of when we did payroll for the first time. Well, maybe before then. Blue Cross Blue Shield claims are paid on a weekly basis. They're paid every Wednesday. And Delta dental claims are once a month, but they have to be paid basically when they're due. So I became aware of this other account that to me in my mind was very backwards, because we asked for money through AP. Emily would put the money in the AP account, but we would write ourselves a check. We would write the county clerk a check, deposit it into this account, and then pay the bills out of it, which seemed it wasn't a straight line. It wasn't a process that I understood at all. And so it was one of the first things that I kind of wanted to change. And Emily was so gracious and helped me do that, because it required her doing more than just a twice a month transfer. It requires her doing an ACH every single week for the Blue Cross Blue Shield claims. plus we had to set it up so that these payroll liabilities were being paid with an ACH, which is also a process when you have a huge bank account. And anyway, so she was very gracious and understanding when it kind of didn't go right for the first, few tries. But we have since created a process where everything is going to the AP account and then being paid out of the AP account. We've tried to stop those payments coming out of this clerk's account altogether. There's some money sitting in there that we plan to just transfer over to the AP account and put it into this 901-180, which is insurance, and it's labeled insurance and FICA as a miscellaneous deposit, because really it's just stop loss payments and things that have gone into that account for years, but have not necessarily been tracked as revenue. So did you have a question? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm not sure if she did that on purpose or not.
Okay, good enough. Please continue.
So that we wanted the board to be aware that we were making a change. We just wanted everyone to know that that would be the reason that you're perhaps seeing things that you had never seen before, is because it was labeled maybe additional funding on our AP sheet, and not exactly, it wasn't named what it maybe was, Blue Cross Blue Shield claims or something to that effect. So do you gentlemen have any questions?
The auditor caught this as a question of transparency over the years.
I don't think that it was something that flagged him, and I think that it might be common in every clerk's and treasurer's office because of the timing of the payments. It's not in line. You can't wait to pay these claims. You have to pay them when they're due. And that's the only thing I could think of when we figured out that we didn't want to do it this way, was it was created so that the clerk could pay those bills when they came due and never be delinquent. So I did talk to the auditor at the very beginning before I made any changes with Emily, and he said, yeah, he was aware, and he saw that bank account and audited it, and he thought it was just fine if we wanted to change it over where Emily was the custodian of all the money.
Any input, Emily?
Mr. Chairman, I just feel like the transparency is so much better. Now you have the ability to see those ACHs. They will still come across as a check on your side. They just don't clear as a check, they clear as an ACH. And so that's the main goal on this whole thing, is to improve transparency both to you and to the public.
Thank you. Andrea?
It is going to increase what you guys see in the AP. So that's another reason you need to be informed. A lot of it was offset by premiums that the library paid, premiums from retirees, and then of course the stop loss checks. Those will be given to Emily as revenue to put into for a budget. I'm assuming a budget transfer at the end of the year.
That's a her question.
But it's not going to offset the payments during the year. So it is going to increase the accounts payable, but it's payments that were made previously. It's just now they're going to be shown in accounts payable, or they were not before.
Will the system reflect the monies coming in from the individuals to show the offset of the expense?
It won't. That will be something that we would have to do probably at the budget transfer in June would be the best place to do it.
Well, if the money's coming in on a weekly or monthly basis, okay, thank you. Is there a way for the report to show what's coming in? Because otherwise all we're seeing is an expense.
Right.
And then someplace that we don't necessarily see often are the monies that we're receiving.
Correct.
Does that make
Mr.
sense?
Chairman, so we created a revenue account that's labeled insurance, so that we knew that those payments that were going in now have a home, a place to go. And then, like Jessica said, we will do a budget transfer that moves those revenues from that revenue account against that expenditure account, so that you can see both the revenue and the expenditures. Whereas before, all you really saw was just an expenditure that came out of AP as like you said, moving the money from the AP account into this clerk's
Sure.
account that they had. So now you'll be able to see both.
Okay, thank you.
So how long has this been like this? Been a while?
Forever. That we know of.
Okay, fair enough. So it's an okay thing. It just makes your life easier. Is that what we're hearing?
Well, not necessarily,
Okay.
but it does make it so you guys see everything now. And it's more transparent to taxpayers also.
Okay, questions, comments from the board? Is there a question online?
Maybe. You can, if you scroll down, Hayley, you can find Bettina. You can unmute her.
Oh, Bettina.
Maybe that was just an old. She's right there. She doesn't have her hand up on them. It must just be delayed.
Okay. Action.
Just informational purposes. Oh, so we kind of touched base on that already because of these changes that 901-180 is going to go over budget for fiscal year 26. And Andrea was kind enough to do the math on that and figured with what we expected claims to be and the amount of fixed costs, we think that the budget transfer will be around 1.7 million. That GL account went over almost 700,000 in fiscal year 25, and for some reason it wasn't raised. The same amount was left in there. Not sure why, but when you take those two things into consideration, the fact that it went over budget, wasn't raised, and claims went up and fixed costs went up, that's the huge difference.
So that's where the 1.7 comes in.
That could be termed improper accounting.
I was told because the 901-180 is a general account, and because the full general budget didn't go over, that's why it didn't get increased, but I myself would not have done that.
Okay. Is this something that can be funded on a monthly basis? Or does it need to be funded on a weekly basis? What are we referring to?
This might be a really good question for Jeness, but we do a budget transfer December, April, and June. Is that correct? Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, yes, regularly they do them December, April, and June. So if a transfer needs to occur, and I think it would make sense because we don't know for sure what the stop loss payments may be. So we don't know what the revenue that we haven't seen in the past might be. We can't even necessarily estimate it. So it probably would make sense to know the numbers at the end of the year and in that final budget transfer, clean everything up. And then you'll know going forward for the next year what things should look like.
So we should anticipate 2 transfers in this fiscal year?
Potentially 3, typically December, April, and June.
Great, thank you.
Is that, Chairman, is that something that you would like to see in June?
No, I'd like to see it go away.
I know. Well, we'll just make it.
Because we're looking at approximately, what, $550,000 plus per quarter. However, we're receiving some monies on it, and it's just how it's going to be. Okay. I don't think this is an action item. It's just
information.
Great.
And we are working together now to prevent this from happening in the future. I know what the premiums are gonna be. I know what all of that for workers' comp, for unemployment. I can give her not figures before budget time for all that going forward.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry for the mess.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there I cleaned out the room. Ms. Rice, I think we have two items left on the agenda. One is the newspaper discussion at 1, and then at 1:45, Hayley Ruland Planning and Zoning update. Is that correct? Is there something else that?
Mr. Chairman, I received an email from Jana Lee regarding a question about Sandra. If you'd like to share that with you.
Of course you may. Thank you. And then if it's okay with the board, we'll just see if Hayley has a few minutes to come take care of this and we can eliminate that from the afternoon portion. Would you contact Hayley and ask her to come? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the email from Jana Lee, she's apparently listening online, said, I just wanted to let you know that public health currently has all our stuff stored out at the Sandra building. It provides climate controlled storage for Steve's required PPE and space for all our extra tables, chairs, freezers, etc. while we're in our temporary building. Also, emergency management, search and rescue, and our public health trailer are parked in the bays. I think emergency management and RNS rotate their off-season equipment into those bays for covered parking. Our trailer could be parked outside, but I'm sure they would like to be included in any discussion regarding the sale of that building. So
that's out at Sandra, yes?
Yes. Sandra.
So how often, or do they go out and check their inventory? Because according to Commissioner Bradley, the rats could be in there and having a field day.
I will reply to her and ask that they make sure that stuff.
Go check.
Get a key, huh? All right.
Thank you.
Surety bonds, you want to do?
Let's do it.
Make a motion to approve a surety bond for Kelly Sellers, Civil County, $50,000.
Is that the only one?
It's the only one I've got, yeah.
Motion
Second.
approved.
Original to sign.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? This one? Yeah, right there.
Right there, this fits it. It's no more.
She was on the phone, but she said she will be in just a minute.
Great, thank you.
So Jeness, I got a question for you. You don't have to get out. So do we have a Blue Cross Blue Shield representative that we can talk to directly?
Yes. She's, it would, what's the lady's name out of Green River? Tiffany. Tiffany Monk would be the person that you contact. And then
You got that?
I do.
Oh, good.
911. 611. 811. She'll help direct and answer
guys made a motion while I was gone. Just to sign this bond? Was that all you did while I was gone for 2 seconds?
Yeah. You don't want to know what else.
Oh, no. We're on record, gentlemen.
I'll get it for you. I don't know that it's on this phone.
Yeah.
And there it is. Mhm. 1810.
Come up on,
You guys look busy.
tell them you're here.
I don't think they realized you were here.
Please,
I finally made it.
where have you been?
Stuck on my phone.
Okay. We're moving you up on the agenda because we're running early. Are you in a position that you're comfortable doing it now, or do you
Sure.
need to wait?
Now's fine.
Okay,
Yes.
great, thank you.
I feel like it's a staff report, so I'm like, that's fine.
Okay,
Application.
appreciate that, thank you. The floor is yours.
All right, well, I thought I'd prepare a staff report and I'm open to doing this monthly or however often you guys would like to see a staff report. But I just thought keep you informed of what's going on in the office, what planning and zoning is doing, what's on the upcoming agendas, just so you're aware what is eventually going to be coming to you for the agenda items. But it's been now 2 weeks since I've been in the office, and we have hired Christy Bain. She's the new P&Z assistant, and she is out of the office this week for a vacation. So that was just agreed upon with her hire. It's been a very big learning curve and just learning a lot, lots of phone calls, people coming in for permits. Everyone's been pretty patient with us so far. So it's been a pretty busy permit season. We just thought, let's go ahead and also pull that permit report so we could take a look at where permits are this summer versus over the past few years. And it does seem like this summer's been one of the busier summers. So Alan's been pretty amazing keeping on top of that. Towards the end of the year, we'll do more of like an annual report, but I thought let's just stick with the summer months to be consistent over the years for the review. But yeah, learning different permits, learning the code. iWorks, that's the platform that we use to track permits. That's more of what's going on in the office. And then the planning and zoning board, we have 4 items on the agenda for Thursday night's meeting. And 2 of them are towers for CUPs, and 1 includes a variance. And then a conditional use permit for a guest ranch out in Boulder, and then a minor subdivision in Hoback Ranches. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, they have identified towers as a priority to start working on the tower code. And we might have a workshop or 2 after this next meeting to help with developing that and getting something adopted sooner than later. But something has been drafted in the past, and at least we have a starting point, but who knows, there still may need to be some changes made to that draft. But yes, as far as the code rewrite, that is something that's come up also with the Planning and Zoning Commission. And the thought is let's focus on the tower code for now, because it can be a standalone chapter. And then once that is done, we'll go back and start looking at the code and figuring out a strategy. So, and if you have any feedback or suggestions on strategy, please share. We are open to suggestions.
I have one question. After I left your office, they ever had anyone planning and zoning members in this LR communication when that's coming forward
Yes.
again? There's a guy that's really against it. Was he pretty threatening at the last meeting towards females, maybe? And is there a reason to worry that he might be more threatening at this meeting? Yeah.
I feel like there's been people who have been vocal. I don't know if I would necessarily feel threatened safety wise, but if this could be a meeting, it could be because we do have a large agenda. I'd be happy to reach out to the sheriff's office.
It might not hurt because they're a little worried about what how he may present himself or what he may do. So
and I actually talked to Sheriff Blair and he said anytime that we need an officer there to let him know. And I just did not reach out to him. So I appreciate you bringing that up. And it's a lengthy agenda, and I have received quite a bit of feedback from some of the applications already. So it's probably a good idea to do that.
I'm not knowledgeable about the number of people that are typically looking for zoning changes or permits or anything in that regard. Is it something that would warrant having meetings twice a month rather than just once a month? And that does not have to be, it's just a seed to plant, I guess.
After my conversation yesterday, that it's a voluntary board. Seems like it might get less productive after a few hours of meeting. I mean, they were interested in trying to keep the meetings shorter, but at the same time, it's a hell of a demand.
Oh my gosh, yes. I was on the board for several years, I understand. And some of the meetings go until midnight.
And they're not productive. The ones I've attended online, and no different than here. After we sit in here 6-7 hours,
yes.
Production is at zero. You're just pedaling through the meeting.
So since you're saying that on one hand, after X number of hours, you lose track, does that justifies having it twice a month rather than once?
I don't know how we go about it, but I justify they need something for their time.
Are you promoting we pay them?
I am.
No, if we do that, we're gonna have boards all over the county wanting the same thing, Mac. They put their name up there. They knew it was voluntary, and so they need to stay with that. I'm not in favor of that at all. We're gonna have boards from every walk of life say, oh, well, you gave those guys $20. We need 25.
That very well could be. Goddamn, that board does.
They do a lot, exactly.
It is a lot, and we've already talked about possibly having a workshop after this meeting and to try to help us move the tower code along. But when we have these applications coming in, there's no room on this agenda to talk about code. But in the winter, if there's more time allowed in meetings, then discussion will shift from applications to code more in the winter. But I still think we'll see some applications come in here and there, and those take priority in the regular scheduled P&Z meetings. But it seemed like everyone so far is open to doing workshops, but trying to make them work for everyone, that could be a challenge.
Can you do those more of an online deal, or they got
right? Maybe. I mean,
person?
Yeah, if people could join online, that could be an option.
Okay. Any questions or comments for Hayley?
I did like your summary, your report. I appreciate that. Asked for that several times over the years.
Would we like Hayley to come once a month? Every meeting or not at all? Once a quarter?
Well, I wonder if the workload might dictate that. So if you've got a lot, maybe once a month. If you don't have, just pop in and say, hey, this is what we're doing. Now you can go 2 minutes or 3 or 5, whatever it takes. But if you've got a workload like this, it might not hurt to take whatever the time allows and kind of give us an update that way.
Well, we can put her on agendas for a 15-minute time slot and strike her if she's too busy to attend. That way we can monitor time ahead and know what we're working with. Pop-ins are not welcome.
You know, sometimes we should come in here with our clown hats on.
And I will say too, just because of the way applications and planning and zoning lines up, when an application comes to planning and zoning, that will be this Thursday. And then if there's a recommendation to you, that will be presented at the meeting October 7th. So I would be coming back to help present those applications if there is a recommendation. So if it needs to be, trying to just lump with that, but those discussions could also take quite a bit of time. So I don't want to take off the focus from the applications.
And to further clarify for Doug, pop-ins are welcome for constituents, but department heads can schedule accordingly.
So you've been in there long enough to anticipate quite a lot more of these towers showing up?
It seems like there's been quite a few. And I think trying to figure out how we can track them, streamline the permit process a little bit, but at least we have a conditional use and the variance process, but even our definition right now, towers are falling under public facility. And that's where a lot of the question has come in from the public and the Planning and Zoning Commission is, do towers really fall within the definition of public facility? So that's why this is prioritized. But it seems like it's been that way for probably the past 5 or 6 years, at least.
It looked like Union was trying to go on, government property there for a while just to bypass some of this stuff, so.
Are we being too lenient with all the conditional use permits and allowing so many towers?
These are, I haven't gone back to see where all the approvals have been in the past.
Good
So
enough.
that's something
Just a
I think it would be interesting to go back and see where permits have been issued for the different types of permits. And iWorks does have a way to review permits on a map. But there are some kinks we need to work out, but it would be neat to be able to see where have past permits been issued for towers or guest ranges or short-term rentals, and just be able to pull that up on a map.
So a lot of this is probably on Thursday, but so with that tall a tower, are they thinking of selling other sites on that tower? Is that what this is up to?
They would be allowing 3 co-locations on the tower, which that adds additional height by having those 3 co-locations.
Any further questions or comments?
Well, one of them, and I think you've already touched base with what I'm going to suggest, and that was on a tower, and is it over 50 feet that requires a variance, or is it 60 feet?
It depends what zone you're in, and
Yeah, I know, but
from my understanding, it was some zones before it was part of a conditional use permit, and the applicant was told it was just a conditional use permit. From my interpretation of the code, if a tower is being installed in any zone other than industrial, light and heavy industrial, it requires a variance if it goes over that zone's height.
Which varies from 30 to 60 feet.
Yes, 30 to 60.
Yeah, well, I would, I'm envisioning when I read some of this stuff and seeing around, all of a sudden they pop up here and pop up there. So, and I'm just suggesting this, that whatever zone it's in, if it exceeds that and it requires a variance, then I think you should be able to, or you should, as a condition, write in a co-locate situation where they may not have to, but they really are shoved in the direction of, hey, if we're going to get this variance, we need to look for somebody to co-locate with us. Because I can envision these things being all over, and all of a sudden we're in a world of towers wherever you look. And so by bringing them together, and it sounds like maybe the one that's out at there at Piney out south.
That's Spelman is going to be right but north of Belco's old housing. Millages.
Millages, yeah, so that's 150 feet.
Yes.
And how much higher are we gonna go, do you suppose? You know, I mean, they could go forever. And so, and along those lines, I would think, and I don't know how they do this, but I drive to Jackson and see that what I called the iffy tree that they've got up there, and that's in fact what it is. It's supposed to look like that. But they need to do something to try to blend it in somewhat to the best of their abilities. And I don't say they can, you know, whatever, but it needs to be addressed like that, because if not, those things can look awfully ugly. You know, I stare at one from my house right there above Boroff's now, just a big old stack of metal. And so I think it's important that the folks know that they're going to get them, know that they're also going to have to adhere to something that's more acceptable from the aesthetic standpoint. That's kind of my take on it when I read some of this stuff on the towers. And you're right. I think it's very worthy of focusing on that, because we're only going to see more of that in the community, not less.
And I do think a challenge is that on federal and state land, they don't have to come to us to go through this process. So some of these towers that have been put in, they don't have to go through this zoning code review.
True.
So it's like, okay, that's where, if you drive around, just keep your eyes out for towers, and you will see a lot more towers than what you thought.
Yeah.
There even are. They're everywhere.
Well, but here again, it comes right back, and we've discussed it in other things too, of I don't want to say this, cooperating agency status. So my best guess would be that those agencies might be receptive to, hey, we're going to follow the code established by Sublette County or something along those lines, so that it's not a given. Yeah, we can go into the state school or go down there on federal ground and zing that sucker all the way up there. And that there may be an opportunity to explore that. So,
And I don't know what those requirements are either with the state, if they have that in line or not.
yeah, well, I certainly don't, but an inquiry would let you know. You know, there may be somebody that doesn't want to see us be a force to cell towers.
Would you be open to, Mayor Matt Murdock had mentioned in another meeting that when the town did their tower code, they had an attorney help with some of the drafting and review of the code. Is that something that you would be interested in seeing, of someone else helping with reviewing the code if we get to that point? Or I'd be happy to just reach out to him to get a point of contact. Just wanted to throw that out there. Because the one thing is, there are FCC regulations, and we do want to make sure we're not overstepping, but we also can have our own code in place just to protect the county. But I am not an expert at FCC regulations.
Well, I think it's the fact that the government's pushing for towers, you know, for people in the rural areas. And I think that's why Verizon's going that route. They can get them okay pretty quick, you know, so I think we're going to get too stringent on this. They're going to compete and go another route. So I don't know. It'd be nice to see what they're requiring for them. But like I say, I think they're kind of got a straight shot to putting up towers.
So can you table these next few requests on towers until you have code in place that everybody's happy with, or do you not see code coming real fast on this?
From looking at timelines, the soonest, if we were to have a workshop, we could not even adopt any code at the October meeting, because we have to have a 30-day notice about reviewing code. So we could have a workshop or another meeting between the October and November meeting, and then have it be presented to you. So most likely it wouldn't even be until November. By the time, it's because of the public notice requirements. So 30 days minimum if there's going to be any changes made to the code. But we could still do a workshop and not necessarily have to advertise that 30 days.
So are you having our applications on a monthly, bi-monthly?
These are the only ones for right
Okay.
now.
So for us to say, we're going to stop applications on towers until we have amended this 2 months from now would be acceptable, then would it not?
For any additional applications.
Would that work, Commissioner Bradley?
There's one that's got some contention up there, and there's one coming in Piney that is gathering some contention. We don't have much of a platform to stand on to say no, other than tabling them in my mind.
And are these the two that are on the agenda coming? I understand, thank you. I didn't know which way you were going on that.
So what's the one that's so open about it? What's his, is it close to him?
The guy up on Beaver, yeah, I don't know how close it is to him, I don't know.
Because they put one up there, Sparrowe Brothers, didn't they, right above them, tower, a couple of years ago. When you go up Beaver Ridge, you can see it right there.
I know he sent a couple
Union
pictures that you can see one tower from, and you can turn 180 degrees and see where the other tower's going, all within his photo. I don't know how close they are to him, but it sounds like well, the one letter he wrote to us was pretty straightforward.
Yes.
Yeah, that's one of those would appear to me a co-locate thing
Yeah.
would work. Shouldn't make any difference, but that's what I think.
And this one that's coming in Piney, sounds like they're agreeing to co-location. But my God, it's 150 foot. If they just moved the location, they could shorten the tower. It's in the lowest spot in the valley. If they moved the location, they could shorten the tower height quite a little. But I don't know how it works for them. And it's not like it's like sticking that microphone on this table. There's nothing to camouflage it next to. I mean, it's just there.
You were gonna say something, go ahead.
I don't remember.
Well, as far as legal stuff, can Clayton run our legal stuff?
That is
I
true.
mean,
I could work with Clayton
certainly,
to review.
he gotta be reviewing them.
That's a good point.
Are there any other questions, comments for Hayley? Well, she's here and she has an open door policy. We can always stop in. Thank you so much for everything. Appreciate you.
Thanks for your time.
You are welcome. Thanks for your time. Okay, other than newspaper discussion at 1, a few other small items after. Take a motion to break for lunch.
So move it.
Second.
I'll say.
All in favor? Aye. Back at 1. So what happened? Item up for discussion is the newspaper designation discussion coupled with the State of the County magazine. At this point in time, we're currently running legals through Rocket Minor, I believe. And when we passed that, we also stated we would address the issue if and when a paper came local to Sublette County, which it has, Pinedale Roundup. And at the same time, we discussed last year not having a State of the County magazine, and we will come to that after we discuss if we have any interest in changing our current newspaper, or if we're going to ride the same horse. So do we have, I'll start this out with Mayor Murdoch. Did you make a selection on newspaper for your legal notification?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the town of Pinedale did also selected the Rocket Minor. I think 4 days after you selected it, or so currently the Rocket Minor is our paper.
Great. Is there any indication that you may consider otherwise?
I think from our perspective, the answer is yes. I mean, Pinedale Roundup is Pinedale Roundup. It's our local paper. We'd love to see the Roundup would do something a bit better on their pricing, but they are the Roundup, so they're kind of our inclination is to go back that direction.
Great, thank you.
More people read it. So.
Jeness, did you happen to recall what the column inch advertising rate is for the Rocket Minor?
Changed during that meeting, and I'm not certain.
650.
650 column inch. Thank you. Okay, I have spoken with County Attorney Clayton Malinkovich in this regard, and because there was a week lapse in the Pinedale Roundup, we are not mandated to go that direction until they've been in business for a year, which opens us to placing legal notices in whatever paper we designate as a county board. With that being said, are there representatives from different news media that would like to say anything in regards to their paper?
My name is Rob Hicks. I'm one of the new owners of the Pinedale Roundup.
Please, would you come forward or stand at the podium?
Sure.
Either way.
Could we have both of us come up?
Rob, who is this?
This is Rob Mortimer, the other owner of Pinedale.
Hello, Rob. So Rob and Rob, correct? Great, please have a seat. Sam, Dave, Lynn, Mac.
Good to meet you guys.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Doug.
So as you all.
Is his mic on? Can you hear him?
Sorry, I'm not sure if it was turned off or not.
Both left towards you.
Okay, great. It's on. Thank you.
Apologies. So as you've heard through the grapevine, Rob and I stepped up to buy and reopen the Pinedale Roundup. It was a rather quick turnaround. I'm from Buffalo, by the way. I own the Buffalo Bulletin. I'm third generation newspaper guy there. And continue to live in Wyoming and raise my kids in Wyoming. Rob too is a Wyoming boy from Torrington. When news of the newspapers closures, all 8 of them in Wyoming hit, it was pretty devastating news for the newspaper industry. It was, I think, pretty devastating news for the communities that they serve. And at 56 years old, it was not on my bingo card to be going into debt to buy 8 publications in communities that I don't live in. That was just not something that I ever expected that I would do. That said, I got some phone calls from around the state, people saying, what's going to happen here? What are we going to do? And sometimes when there's no answers, you have to answer that call. And so I made a call to Rob Mortimer, and I asked, is anybody else looking at these papers? And he said, probably not all 8 of them. And possibly Pinedale had a nonprofit buyer, possibly Evanston, but certainly not all 8. And I said, well, do you think we can make this work? Do you think we can save all 8 of them? I said, yeah, I do. And I said, how much do you think? And he said, well, I'm willing to borrow against my house to do it, but I don't have the resources to do it alone. And so I said, I will provide the rest of the resources by borrowing against my newspaper that's been debt-free for 20 years. And so we've made a significant investment in Wyoming, a significant investment in Pinedale to ensure that there is going to be a newspaper here now and for years to come. We can't make up for the sins of the past, of coverage that may or may not have happened, of cuts to staff that have been made. We held a town hall meeting last night. I think 58 people showed up to the meeting. And we had a good discussion, we had good input from them. And we informed them what I'm here to inform you. We stepped up to buy this newspaper. We didn't just bid on the legals because we had a convenient newspaper next door. We rehired the entire staff to come back. We opened up a local bank account, a local bank in Pinedale. We called a local insurance agent to get the building insurance in Pinedale. Because it's my belief that a newspaper should serve its community. It should be a partner in its community. And so we've made that investment. Without making that investment, being an adjacent county and not wanting to cover the news of your county, not wanting to rent buildings in your county, which is really our county now, you can do things a lot cheaper. There's a lot cheaper ways of doing it. But what's the intent of public notices? Intent is to inform people in the county of what government's doing. You all demonstrated very clearly that you believe in that transparency, that you believe that the people need to be notified, because you immediately moved to publish in another. When all was when all was unknown as to what the future of the roundup would be, you said, we don't want to just go silent. We want to put those notices somewhere. So the public has access to them, easy access right in front of them. And so we would appreciate if you would reconsider your designation. As I've said, we are committed to this community. We're committed to not only operating a newspaper here, but also if we can get an investment from the community, from in the terms of advertising and things like that, we can begin adding back staff. We're not going to just take money out of the county. It's not what I do. I told you that I own and operate the Buffalo Bulletin. My first paper was in Newcastle, a paper that I still own, a paper that still banks with First Northern Bank now, but First State Bank of Newcastle, a paper that still gets their insurance from a local provider. We own the building and pay taxes in that community. We buy our supplies from businesses in that community, and we serve that community. And that's what we plan to do here.
Thank you for that.
I don't have any more to elaborate. We did have a good turnout last night. It was nice to see the public come out. A lot of positivity and enthusiasm for people. So that was great to see.
Thank you. Both welcome. Thank you for what you've done and what you're doing. It's gratifying to have you come and invest into the county, and you above all people understand the costs of running a business, and that's basically what Sublette County is doing, and the purpose of our conversation as far as we just have to flesh through what there is and see what we come up with at the end, and especially in a free enterprise system. Any comments, questions from the board?
Yes, I have one. I'm sorry I didn't make the open house last night. You speak of Pinedale, we have countywide coverage.
Yes, we plan on having countywide coverage. We plan on, right now with the gross revenues that the Pinedale Roundup has right now, we can't afford more staff. We did have some people last night volunteer to write for the newspaper for free for a period of time. We're exploring several avenues to be able to invest in more news reporters. But the Roundup does about $380,000. Part of Rob's salary goes to managing that, about $15,000 a year. The office manager gets paid. The reporter gets paid. The advertising rep gets paid. And that makes up about 40% of our costs. So we can't just, I'm not a billionaire. I'm not a big conglomerate newspaper guy. Yes, I have other newspapers, but I'm not someone that can just go write a check for a couple $1 million to buy some closed newspapers. I had to borrow to do that. I had to borrow against my future, but I felt it was worth it. I felt it was important. And so we're pursuing lots of avenues. One is to potentially have a nonprofit sponsor through either the Wyoming News Media Alliance or the Wyoming, I'd like to blank on this for a second. Wyoming something foundation. It's the largest nonprofit. The Wyoming Community Foundation.
There we go.
It went away for a moment. We're also looking at a national organization called Report for America. It's a nonprofit. They would provide sponsorship as a nonprofit. There would be no charges, no fees charged for that. Money could be donated to them. They could then allocate that to us for a purpose, not to put money in the bank, but to hire a reporter, to upgrade equipment, to do the job of being a newspaper in a community. And so we are 36 days into this from the date that the Roundup closed. We are 17, 18 days into having actually closed on the deal and owning the paper. We have had to create a whole new set of books. There were no books. There were no tax returns. And so it's a process, and it was a bit ungratifying last night to have questions about, well, when do you plan on adding more people? And to have to say, I don't know. For every answer that I know, there's 1,000 that I don't. It's our plan to kind of look at things for about 3 months and see what the revenue picture is, if it's what we expect it to be, and then make decisions moving forward if it's better than we expect it to be. Right now, there's enough money to make the payment on the note and to make a very small profit. If there's more revenue than that, then we want to start adding people. It'll probably be in the form of screenwriters, because I don't want to hire someone full-time only 6 months later to have to say, get the bricks. I don't think that's fair. There's a lot of talented writers in this community, and some of them have already volunteered. Even the gal that said that she came up with the idea on the beaches of Tahiti. I said, I want to be in Tahiti. So.
You had mentioned in your description there, thank you for that, that you may have the possibility of a couple nonprofit investors, or
they're nonprofit organizations. We don't have any actual investors.
Okay.
No money has been offered.
Okay, so people that donate money for your printed goods, would there be any set agenda by them to promote what they think is free news and fair news based from their perspective?
You know, I think that that's the beauty of these things, is it creates a third party. So if somebody were to have an agenda, they're donating to this specific nonprofit. These specific nonprofits, all they care about is having more news available. That's from the Wyoming Community Foundation. That's the Wyoming Media Alliance, and that's also the Report for America. In Buffalo, we have had, we're a larger newspaper, and Report for America, prior to what they call their accelerator program, they had core members. They had people that wanted to get into journalism, and they would pay half of their salary. Buffalo Bulletin has had 2 of these people work for them, work for us. And the only thing that they gave us no editorial demands other than they wanted these people to have mentors within our organization so that they could become better journalists.
Fair enough, thank you.
And so that, my personal experience with that particular organization is they have no politics left or right. They have no agenda other than news coverage. And so we had 2 core members. The first year they pay half of the salary. The second year, and it's reimbursed. The second year they pay 1/3 of the salary. And we had 2 of those. They only offer that up once a year. And so if you're not hiring during that time period, it's pretty hard to get one of their core members. And with the staffing that we have in Pinedale right now, we really don't have that ability to be mentoring someone.
Sure. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Do you have a rate schedule set on your advertising now, or what would be looking at?
Rob, do you know what I should? It would be the same rate that it was at. You know.
Jeness, were we able to capture what our past rate was with the roundup? The rate that we quoted earlier at 18.5 a column inch was 2 years ago.
pulled some invoices and I wasn't able to determine how many column inches were being billed. I don't see the total and what was advertised, so I don't know on a column basis.
It hasn't changed.
It hasn't changed. It's still at that 1850.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mayor Murdoch.
We were informed at our town council meeting.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the confirmation. Questions? Commissioner White, Stevens? Commissioner
You don't remember-
Vickery?
You don't, oh, you did remember my name.
Yeah, I'm surprised I haven't heard yet.
Well, I think the discussion, as I recall, when the roundup took that week off, so to speak, was we needed to have a paper for some of our legals. And, you know, it was kind of a ribald discussion, if you would. And so the option came to be that the minors where we would go. I think most of us, at least myself, would be willing to, depending on all the legalese involved, to come back to the roundup. But there's always that in the back of your mind, are you guys going to be able to make a go of it? And then are we going to be faced with this same situation, say, 6 months down the road?
I wouldn't have got involved in this if I thought that there was a true risk of me jeopardizing everything. These papers did not close because they were not profitable. These papers closed because a parent organization in Illinois had a tremendous amount of debt. And they used existing papers to pay for new acquisitions. They had a divorce after 40 years of marriage that money was borrowed against these papers. And for 10 years, they took from the profitable papers mostly in Wyoming and Montana, South Dakota, Wyoming and South Dakota, to try to cover this debt. And at some point in time, as their larger newspapers in other states declined, there wasn't enough revenue that could be produced by these Wyoming papers. The cuts that were made to the Pinedale Roundup was not because the community was not supporting them. They were based strictly on an out-of-state corporation needing money to cover debt. We don't operate that way. This is the debt that I have. I was debt-free. This is the only debt that Rob has. And each paper is going to have to cover its own. We're not going to ask Pinedale to cover the debt on Arlington. We're not going to ask Lusk to cover the debt on Kemmer. That's not fair to the communities. And so each paper will be rightly sized. And that's why I said, for this amount of gross, it's rightly staffed. Is it rightly staffed to be able to cover all of the news? No. Is it my hope that the people of Sublette County will rally around having a newspaper? Yes. And as that grows, there will be greater and greater coverage. Right now, I tell you that I can sleep at night knowing that we've been able to save 8 newspapers, including the Pinedale Roundup. And if that's all that we're able to do, and we're not able to add more coverage, I can still sleep at night, because having a newspaper that's not capable of covering all of the news in the county is still better than having no newspaper in the county.
Thank you for that. I'll open the questions, comments to attendees and online. Mayor Murdoch.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hicks, your reputation precedes you, so thank you. Ms. Moore also. We haven't had a chance to talk. One of the concerns I have, obviously, going back to cost, the county puts $100,000 a year in its budget. Town of Pinedale puts $25,000 a year. I suspect Marpleton and Big Mining is probably 10 between them. That plays a very significant role in your revenue line. And one of the things, I think you mentioned it, and I think you're right, in understanding that Pineville Roundup was doing well. So was the Sublette Examiner. I think in general, that both papers were very well received by the population. I've been told by several that the papers could have stood on their own. However, decisions were made by the owners in Illinois to say, we're going to go ahead and shuffle people around because we can't cut this paper and they're financing, even though Roundup is doing well or Examiner is doing well, we're going to cut staff here so that this paper afloat, which I think a one for all and all for one attitude is great. At the same time, this is Sublette County, and if we are going to have a paper of record, I would think, and it's an appeal obviously to our citizens as well, because I think we need to buy the papers. There's great pictures of our kids and everything there. We need to have reporting that's going on. But my hope is that as you're making decisions, and you kind of alluded to that, but I'd like to maybe just highlight again that if the Pineville Roundup starts doing really well, I would hope you and your team would be willing to say, we're going to double down on the Roundup because the Roundup's doing well. We're going to hire more staff rather than look at the global picture saying, well, we'll save $10,000 over here and support this paper over there. That was kind of problematic because Town of Pineville hasn't had an article in the Roundup in over a year and a half at this point. If it wasn't for a group of citizens who were like putting things online, we do online and the county does online, but that's really how most people are getting information what's going on in town. So we'd love to have the paper back. We'd love to have a neutral reporting who's able to, I've had good stories and bad stories, that's all good. But just to encourage you that if you go there, one, I know a significant portion of your revenue does come from the government. And quite honestly, we are obliged to advertise in papers. We have no choice. So this is money that we have to do. So in a way, this is a public subsidy of the local paper. And if we're going to publicly subsidize the local paper, I'm hoping that our local paper thrives. If that makes sense.
I can speak directly to that. Just as I said before, we're not going to take from Pinedale to help. We're not going to take from Sublette County to help another publication. Each publication has to stand. So I'd love to have the debate and discussion about subsidy versus service and what it would cost for governments to provide that service in a safe, secure way with multiple entry points.
Is that Terry Allen in the black coat there?
I'm not going to have that debate today. I think that's one to have over coffee or a cold beer.
Sounds good. And to be very clear, I don't mind spending the money. I just know that when we're looking at major price differences, I know that
and part of that major price difference is that they're not going to spend
that's right.
$2,500 a month.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I just want to make sure.
But I will assure you that, no, we're not going to pull the money out of Sublette County. We're going to reinvest in this newspaper. It's Rob's goal, it's my goal for this to be a $700,000, $800,000 plus newspaper with 3 or 4. That's my goal. But I can't do that alone. And Rob can't.
You'll have our support. Be very clear.
So, that's what we hope for, and it is a business. It still does have to make a profit. I don't want to be waking up every night thinking, God, is there going to be enough money this month to make that payment? But no, that is not our intent. There are going to be some of these communities that what they got is what they got. They don't have a downtown. They don't have the ability to grow. They're going to be 1 and 2 person operations. But that's still better. That's still better. There's still, people can submit the births, the weddings, the obituaries. That's still better than not having.
Thank you for that. Jeness, Jessica, were other newspapers notified about our meeting today?
Yes, the rocket miner is attending online, so if you wanted to speak with Flo, she was available.
Anyone have any interest in speaking further with rocket miner?
Margaret has to say about.
Well, I don't mind. I was looking to see if there were any questions from the board first. You're correct, Paul. Thank you for that. Anyone from the, please?
Terry Allen. I'd be interested to know what investment the rocket miner has made since they've been named paper of record, I guess.
Great, thank you for that. Flo, if you're online, there are a couple of people that, Terry Allen, I believe, would like to know what investment you've made in the community. Is that?
In taking on the responsibility of including the legals in their paper.
Okay.
Maybe efforts to increase their population of newsstands, adjusted staff, increased staff. I don't know what the all the things a newspaper has to do when they take on more responsibility.
Thank you, Terry. Flo, were you able to hear Terry Allen and the question that he posed?
I apologize. I saw her earlier. She said she was under a different name and now I can't find her. So.
Okay, Flo, if you're there, would you raise your hand or just bounce up and down something?
So that's not Flo, but we have another question from the audience. If you want, I'll try to email Flo and see what's going on. Do you want to have the?
Please do.
There we go. I found her.
You have Flo?
I have Flo.
Flo, are you with us?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, were you able to hear Terry Allen's questions, Flo?
Yes, I did. To answer that, there hasn't been a huge flow of legals that have come in through Sublette County. We have increased some, and I've been able to handle those so far. I think that we have worked well with the city and the county on the ones that they have sent into us. We have been kind of waiting to see if we're going to get the contract before we put boxes out or distribution. But we are willing to look at that, like we said at the first meeting. Does that answer your question?
Terry's shaking his head yes.
Okay, perfect.
And then Paul had an item that he wanted to raise.
Okay.
Item I do now. So there is no contract in force with the rocket miner and the Sublette County Commissioners?
There is not. What happened was we did not have any local newspaper to put it in. We knew that there was a possibility of someone coming forward as local in order to attract our business as perhaps a leader. They said that they would step forward and do it without a contract at that point in time.
Well, I guess in general, I think all of this stuff sounds great, but I just don't know how you guys are going to get around Wyoming Statute 18-3-519.
Please, would you be kind enough to share that with me?
It's the statute that controls newspapers in Wyoming that you have to have 52 weeks of continuous weekly publication before you can be recommended as a newspaper of record, I think is.
Sure. I believe according to the county attorney, if they are a new newspaper, they do not, because of the nature of it being new, they do not have 52 continuous weeks for us to base what they have done. So he was comfortable with new newspapers with no runtime being appointed as a county newspaper. And you're welcome to talk with him about it, Paul, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Please recognize that, but I think I'm pretty close.
Well, I'm eager to violate attorney-client privilege and talk to me about that.
I'd be happy to release it, of course. I'm fully transparent, Paul. I have nothing to hide in this regard. Mayor Murdoch.
I was just going to point out in discussions with our own legal counsel that part of the state statute also specifies that it would be a local paper. So we have a dilemma, Mr. Rock's point is we haven't had a full 52 weeks, but Rocket Miner is not located in Sublette County, nor is the readership of Rocket Miner anywhere in the same bailiwick as the Roundup. So there's the requirement of 52 weeks, but there's also a requirement of it being a paper within the region. So we have a kind of a tug of war there. I've been advised that, we can make that decision. We could go either way, really, if we wanted to. If we need to, because the law kind of stands on both sides.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Mayor Murdoch. When my understanding from Clayton Milinkovich was when the Pinedale Roundup was disbanded, there was no local newspaper at that point in time. If your brand new newspaper, since you had no runtime here, you do not need the 52 weeks of being in business. Because we had a period where there was no newspaper, according to Clayton Milinkovich, we could go outside of our immediate area or any place in the state and come up with a designated newspaper. So based on everything, I have to believe that I'm giving the information from Clayton Milinkovich that we're within our guidelines.
I think that that's completely accurate. I think that the intent of the public notice law was to attempt to get this information in front of the public. And if a county had never had a newspaper and they were to have a newspaper start and they were to designate that, I think you'd find that the courts certainly, nobody's going to file suit. And if they do, the courts are going to find that this is what's in the best interest of the public, to reach the greatest number of people in that county, in that city. That's what the intent is. There's been pushes in the Wyoming legislature to remove these requirements, and the legislature has thus far said, no, we think that intent is pretty important.
The push is also to have it published online, and so there's a number of things that are occurring in the background, but be it as it may, this is what we're dealing with today.
Yes.
Thank you. Flo, is there anything else that you'd like to bring up?
No, I think we are good on our end. If you guys have any more questions, we'll be online for a little while to answer anything you guys might have.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Flo. Paul?
Thank you.
Did we answer your question, or?
But you said you would drop the confidentiality with the county attorney and he would be able to explain where he's getting this idea.
I don't think that there's any issue of confidentiality in something like this where it's in concurrence with what Rob has said.
It's not online. It said that Gaston was available for any questions. Would you like me to get Gaston?
Let's see if we can get Gaston on. He may or may not have knowledge of it, Paul.
I mean, your real problem is that nobody meets that requirement. It's 52 weeks of continuous publication with 500 paid print copies in the county, located in the county. That's what the law defines a legal newspaper. In the absence of that, you all are free to make whatever choice you want to make. We hope that you will see that, we've invested in Sublette County. We did so with no guarantee that you all would decide to keep the legals with us. We hope that you'll invest in a county business.
Great, thank you. And that's the purpose of our discussion today, Rob. Thank you.
There is someone else that has a question online.
Okay. We're working on it, Paul. Getting Gaston on the line to see if he can answer the question. Okay, please.
See, I just don't see where the statute reads that the newspaper has to be located in Sublette County in this case.
Sure, and that's certainly above any knowledge base that I have in this regard, and I have to defer it to the county attorney that when I spoke with him at the meeting that we selected the rocket miner, was the advice that he gave me. And that's the best I can tell you.
I've unmuted Bettina Sparrowe online, but she needs to unmute herself to be able to speak.
I believe I just did that, correct?
Perfect.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have two comments or questions, if you will. Number one, I wonder what the business plan is from the owners to increase the readership and therefore perhaps the profitability or the revenue stream of the Pinedale Roundup. This information would possibly make the help the commissioners feel more comfortable in investing in the paper, at least as far as the legals goes. And secondly, I wonder if there are alternatives or options to the format that the legals have to be in that might shorten them or make them less expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Bettina. Rob?
So as I've said, the first thing that we would like to do, the first part of our business plan is to confirm what revenues actually are for the newspaper. We don't have tax returns. We don't have any of that information. We have an idea. The second is that we have already pursued trying to form this nonprofit entity to do that. Third, we have had several meetings reaching out to area businesses who have indicated willingness to further invest in the Roundup. And if that all comes to fruition, then we will be able to expand the coverage. Right now, we are confident that that the Roundup is on sound financial footing. We're not pleased that that our coverage is so limited in terms of personnel. But I'm also not willing to risk the financial health of the publication by hiring someone that we can't pay for.
I can recognize and appreciate that. Thank you. Gaston, thank you so much for joining us.
No worries.
Of course, I was trying to explain to all Clayton's what I deemed advice when it came to the existence of a paper being in business for 52 weeks before we could select them as the paper of choice for legal notifications. Did that capture the question correctly, Paul? Okay. And then correct me anytime, okay? Thank you. And then because the Roundup was not in business for 1 week, and it started under new ownership, we have no local newspaper to select from at that point in time. And then Paul asked pertaining to then could we have it anywhere in the state as far as a newspaper that carried it? Or are we, what can we do as far as naming a newspaper to be able to advertise our legal notices.
I think, Chairman, 83519D is pretty specific as to requirements along those lines. Subparagraph B says, the provision of this section shall not apply in counties where no newspaper has been regularly issued for 52 consecutive weeks. There's only one newspaper in the county, or in any county where no newspaper meets the requirements of this section. He's fairly specific as to what happens if you don't have a newspaper for 52 consecutive weeks. And B carves out a provision for newspapers like Pape-Ice Arena that haven't been in circulation for 52 full weeks. They don't have to be in circulation for 52 full weeks. They will be the only newspaper in the county, or in counties where there's no newspapers meeting requirements in section. So I think subparagraph B pretty much states or carves out a provision for those types of newspapers that aren't in circulation for 52 consecutive weeks. That's what allow the county to deem them to be the newspaper for, say, legal notices.
Great, thank you for that. Paul, did that address your question fully?
Referring to, I mean, I've got the that statute in front of me. It's 83519B. B. Yeah.
The provision of the section shall not apply to another newspaper that regularly got cut off.
Yeah.
Okay, and will they confer along that lines rather than keep everyone on hold? Is there anyone else online that has any questions, comments, or concerns? Anyone within our visitors' questions?
I have a question.
Yes, Terry.
What's the current subscriptions to your own?
We had this question last night. What I know is that we print 1,000 copies and that we are throwing very few away. We're still trying to get the subscription system up and running within our company. The people are getting their newspapers, but we don't have full access to that. I asked Eunice how many copies we were throwing away. Is it 100? Is it 200? Is it 500? And at the meeting last night, she said very fewer than 50.
Sure.
That does not count our online subscriptions. That's just our newspaper readership between subscriptions and or over the copy sales.
And to add on to that, I know that she had a list of 175 names that she was adding into the system today.
So we are planning on increasing the press run by 200 to accommodate those 175 people that may have been dropped but have paid for subscription.
So those that had an annual subscription, you're honoring that in some way?
We're honoring all of that. We're honoring the employees' vacation, their accrued vacation. We are filling every subscription that was paid to news media. We are honoring that fulfillment. That was part of our investment in this community.
Good job, thank you. Yes, Terry.
Yes, could you tell me of the 1,000 printed copies, how many of those go into newsstands?
I can't at this point. We are 17 days in.
Newsstands do you have?
I have no idea. We're 17 days into this endeavor. And I wanted to come up to Pinedale mostly at the request of the commissioners and also have a public meeting to kind of tell people who we are and what our hopes and plans are. But we're 17 days in. We don't have a set of books yet. We've done the August building, third week of September. There are 8 communities that we're involved in. We are trying as hard as we can, as fast as we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Paul, were we able to address your questions?
Yes,
Okay,
I'd still like to talk with the county attorney.
fair enough, Gaston.
Yeah. You'd like to maybe be back next. Okay.
Okay.
Come on by.
Excellent. No online questions. We'll close online. Terry.
I do have one more question.
Yes, please. Flo, this question is for you if you're able to hear.
Through reporting during this last month or so, I read that Rocket Miner has 400 plus subscribers from Sublette County. Was that accurate?
So I did look into the numbers because I did read a few articles. When I pulled the numbers, yes, that number for Sublette County, well, for Rocket Miner, they have 111. I pulled numbers for Sublette County, and those numbers did come out to 400, but it was throughout our 4 publications. So it was Laramie Boomerang, Rocket Miner, Rollins, WTE. So it wasn't broke out by paper, if that makes sense. There are 111 in Rock Springs, if that's the question you're asking.
That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Flo. Appreciate it.
You are
Thank
welcome.
I'll close. Yes, Paul.
Flo here. What's the stance of the Rocket Miner going to be if you've got the legals now? If they decide to switch it to the Pinedale Roundup, what is the stance of the Rocket Miner if that happens?
Well, we'll just be here to help if needed. If they have a local paper, that's what every town wishes for. If for some reason they don't, or they need our help, they can always reach out to us. We're always willing to help out. Does that answer your question?
Not precisely. My question is the higher ups at the Rocket Miner going to be irritated and angry that all of a sudden this pot of gold that they had is taken away from them?
Not at all. We don't wish the newspapers any bad. We are very elated that they have opened back up and there's coverage locally. We would not take a stance of being upset at all. We understand that when we stepped in that it may be something we don't get to keep, but we're here to help when we can.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Well,
welcome.
Thank you so much for all of your and Rocket Miner's kindness and reaching out to us in our time of need. Truly, you're a good, strong neighbor, and we appreciate the Rocket Miner and you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to close questions to the public, except for any last statements from Mayor Murdoch representing the town of Pinedale.
I would actually, Mr. Chairman, echo your comments with Rocket Miner. Thank you very much for them stepping in. I think it was great, and they were very helpful and very quick to jump in.
Oh boy, they were wonderful. Okay, public comment, questions now closed. I'll open it again to the final round for the commissioners, please. Any questions?
What would a day be without me asking a question?
Pretty boring.
Yeah. So I'm going to make a statement and ask a question kind of the same way, if you would. So some time ago, we quit the subscription because the way our mail system run, we'd always get the paper a day late. And so we didn't get to see what was going on until next week. By then it was too late. So the publication period, I'm assuming, will still be Thursday. Is that correct in your mind?
That's correct.
As we speak now. So then secondly, and I don't know what precipitated this move, but always before at the Daniel Junction, there was a place for papers to be there. And which we took advantage of because of the fact that we'd prefer to get the news, what was in there prior to later in the day, so to speak. That went away. And so it hasn't been there for some time now.
We can add that back.
So that was my next question. Thank you.
We can add that back if you let me know how many papers.
And I don't know, I know that thing would be full and then 2 or 3 days later, it would be virtually empty. So there was need there, if you would, at that juncture. The next thing, and this is this kind of, what do they call it? The sticky wicket, I think, in London, England. Is it sticky wicket? It
Sounds
is,
good.
isn't it?
Yeah.
So, and somebody here, Jeness probably can correct me with this, but I think when we made the decision to go with Rocket Miner, we were looking at numbers, and the Rocket Miner come in, it was at $650, I believe.
Yes, sir.
But when we look back, the Pinedale Roundup, which I had no idea what it would be, was like at $18.
$18.50.
$18.50. So the question I'm going to ask is like this, knowing full well that you're in this business, hopefully to make a couple dollars, understand that. So that's quite a disparity between 6.5 and 18.5. So are you folks, if we were to make that jump, are you ready to negotiate some of that? Or are you pretty much stuck on the 18.5 as it has been?
You know, I'd like to, you know, by law, we're supposed to charge what we charge. You can, we can lower it. You know, right now, I don't, I would prefer not to have that negotiation. Right now, you know, as I said earlier, if you don't have 4 people employed in the county and you're just adding on another county, your costs involved are newsprint and ink. And for them, it's not even newsprint and ink. Because I don't think that I don't know whether they planned on printing more copies, but if they did, it's newsprint and ink. It's not the cost of a reporter. It's not the cost of an office manager. It's not the cost of renting a building. It's not the cost of insurance in the county. Those costs are already built in to their rate. And so if you're just adding on another county that you don't plan on reporting in that county, you don't plan on renting a building in that county, you don't plan on hiring people in the county, you can do it for a lot cheaper. A lot cheaper.
Well, I didn't mean to put you in a corner, but I just felt like the question needed to be asked.
I appreciate it. And I hope that I answered the why as we, you know, why our costs are what our costs are. Because we're not taking public notices from the county next to us. This is the county that we're investing in.
Fair enough. Thank you for that.
Is there a contract associated with your newspaper?
Have you guys had a contract in the past?
Well, not with the Rocket Miner, we haven't.
I don't think that you guys need to sign a contract. We're Wyoming folk.
It's good enough.
We look each other in the eye, we shake hands, and we say that's the deal.
Fair enough. Question. Commissioner Stevens, any questions? Commissioner White? Commissioner Bradley?
I have no questions. I'm ready to make a change back. I know there's a big move or a big difference in price, but they're proving they're here to invest. It was pretty devastating to hear we've lost our paper, and the only way we're going to keep one is to support it. So we're moving back.
So I've had several conversations with people in the community, and they are fully aware of the huge disparity between the costs of what was or currently is versus Rocket Miner, and that, of course, is of concern that when we are representing a government, it falls under the umbrella of price gouging, I think would be the best way to address that. At the same time, I've been a huge proponent of shop locals ever since I moved here 35 years ago. And I'll do everything I can to buy within Pinedale because of that, knowing that I'm paying for more. But at the same time, it's a lot of what you explained, Rob, of hiring my friends, keeping the money in town. And to me, that's of tremendous value because without business people like you, business people, the independent business owners in town, we wouldn't have a community. And I recognize that. With there being no contract, that is also appealing because if you poop on my dinner plate, I'm going to make the steps to change to someone else because you haven't been here long enough for me to be blindly faithful to you, if that makes sense. So because of those, I'm willing to side up with Commissioner Bradley. Okay, at this point in time, if no one has anything else to say, Chair will entertain a motion to stay, change, or do nothing. Of course, if no motions are made, everything stays the same.
I would make a motion to move from the Rocket Minor to the Pinedale Roundup with all Sublette County legal notices.
With great appreciation to.
Yes, and thank you to the Rocket Minor for backing us during the downtimes and your help through that.
Great. Have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and second. Are there any further comments or discussion before we move to vote?
One more for me, Mr. Chairman. So the 1850 is the number that we mentioned. Is that the number you're going to stick with?
Yes, sir.
Are there any questions or comments? We'll close the comment period, and I have a motion and second for changing newspapers from the Rocket Minor to the Pinedale Roundup. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Flo, thank you so very much. We truly appreciate your good neighbor attitude towards us, and we look forward to doing business with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlemen?
I'd like to thank you all for this, for, as you put it blindly, putting some trust in us. We hope to earn that trust. That's our goal.
Yeah,
and,
we expect you to.
You know, but you know,
Yeah.
right now we're at.
Yeah.
Serious about I can rest at night knowing that this newspaper is closed.
Yeah.
If more revenues comes in, you're gonna see the more revenue in there.
Nope.
And you're gonna see how
We appreciate you investing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now I'd like to open it up. If the players would like to stick around and be interested, we have this Sublette County magazine, our State of the County magazine. Well, we can take your investment on the county magazine, Mayor.
I'll take it to council for discussion, sir.
Great, thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Okay, Jeness, please refresh my memory. I thought I had the printout in front of me. We printed off 500 of the State of the County magazines 2 years ago at a cost of like $3,500 and $500 for the actual print. I don't remember it.
Okay.
Great, thank you. Okay, last go around, we had State of the County based on 2 invoices. Fiscal year was $12,650 for 500, and the printing cost was $1,250. At this point in time, we're trying to see if there are any entities or individuals that would have an interest in doing any publication of this. And If not, then I suspect we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because we won't be able to publish it. Okay, are there any people online with anything to add or say pertaining to a state of the county? Anyone within the audience?
You know, I think that with having very limited knowledge of this, I think this is something that we could do. We would probably be hiring people within the county to help compile it on a contract basis, because I don't think that we can ask our staff to do that. I would say that paying $14,000 for this, it was 12 and.
Correct, affirmative.
You know, for an extra $1,000, you can print 3,000 copies. So 500. Most of the cost of the glossy magazine is in the setting up of the plates and doing all of that. With a press run of 500, you're wasting 200-300%. So the cost is job. But looking at whatever your parameters would be, I have looked at the prior ones in the past. We can certainly put together some sort of offer that of what could be done for that. And if you decided that you, in lieu of not, that you didn't want to pay that much for it, there may be other avenues that we could look at that would include more than just the state of the county, all of the stats of the county, and then try to see if we can find support for that with advertising. It would be kind of a Sublette County almanac. The average home values, what's going on with crime in the county. The kids are enrolled in the schools. You might go and ask for some advertising support. That would be less than that, 12,000.
Be a true state of the county.
For distribution, could it be something that could go out? Distribution seems to be the biggest problem with that, but not enough people pay enough to justify it. So,
wow. How was it? How was it? Was it just in the office here?
Or just take it up in a few different places?
One time they did a box order deal with them. Everybody in the county got one. A few years ago.
That's
we
probably a waste.
Into the paper.
Thank you for that input. Is there any input from people online or within our visitors?
Chairman Flo was also, she wanted to be involved in this discussion as well, so.
Great, thank you.
Hopefully she will raise her hand so I can find her again.
Flo, are you there? Thank you, Paul.
We went with the roundup. She must have just signed off.
Okay. Comments or questions from commissioners?
That's something we're debating about rectifying for this year, or we'll start at next budget season.
We're going to tackle it this fall right now. People are entitled to see the state of the county and
Take it a little time, see, you can come up with something pretty quick, I mean, we should have
something pretty quick. I was going to sit down with Janet and kind of get some idea about some people that we could reach out to for a project like this. Because this year I was also going to reach out to Callie and Jeness about who they thought could do this, the key to this is not only just the information, but to present it in a way that people are actually going to read it. You just put lines and lines of black and white type,
Yeah. I don't think that we have a voting action. You can go ahead and,
We could, if you all wanted to define kind of what you wanted in a informal RFP of sort, or I can just assume that, we're looking at 1,500 copies, maybe 500 to go on racks and 1,000 to go in the roundup. What we could do that for and a time frame. What type of time frame were you looking to have it completed?
this is a better question. When can you have it done?
If you told me that we had to have it done next week, I would say that we can't do that. If you told me that it had to be done.
If you had numbers available for our next meeting, that's fine. If it's next meeting, which is a month, that's okay.
Sure. I think that we could certainly do this before the end of year.
That's acceptable, give or take, I recognize that. Do we have any past State of the County magazines we could share with?
I believe the one that I saw was online, but this is great, so that so I know what type of.
Okay, so I appreciate that, thank you. So if you'd like to take that home and sleep on it, we'll gather around the campfire in a month. Any questions or comments from the board?
There's someone on.
Great, please, board online.
They lowered their hand. They lowered their hand.
We could be excused.
Thank you for coming. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Thank you all very much.
Appreciate you. Welcome to the community.
Thank you very much.
Okay, what else do we have here? Laila, you've been in and out a couple of times. Is there something that I'm missing here? Come on up.
For NLDCs. First one is Pure West for tax year 2022 in the amount of $7,437.14. I have two for Urban Oil and Gas tax years 2024, one for $85.87 and one for $2,384.90. And then one for PO and G operating for tax year 2023 for $420.99.
Excellent, thank you.
8,300, 8,200.
The total? $10,328.90. Total for all four. For the four. That's the total. Oh, sorry, that's tax. Tax amount, yeah. Maintenance, tax amount $10,325.62.
Okay, motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Conflict?
Yes, I got a conflict, so I recuse myself from the vote.
Thank you. For ayes, any against? One abstains. Excellent. Great. you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that being said,
2,000, I didn't catch that.
I'll go to old business. Does anyone have anything before I jump in? Great. A couple of things that I have is in regards to last meeting, we talked about the proactive building and moving forward on that and coming up with a valuation. Jeness has gone out and picked up a quote from an appraisal firm from Clayton's direction. I don't know that he was recommending, other than saying that they've done it before, and that was for $3,500. In order to have that appraisal done, we kind of sort of agreed to it last week, but since it was brought to my attention yesterday, we're close enough for vote on if we want to spend $3,500. And this is for the appraisal of the proactive building, so we can move forward with proactive or something else.
I want to spend the 3,500. In my mind, we're gonna get rid of that building probably. And keep things a lot cleaner if we have a number that somebody else can generate it for us.
So you're in favor of an appraisal? Great, thank you. I was lost on that one. Okay.
Well, we started the talk somewhere around 5,000, so if we got it down to 3,500, I'm all over that. I'll second it.
Okay, I have a motion and second, 3,500 on an appraisal. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? We can move forward with the appraisal.
You also, or that you can sign that engagement letter between meetings. As soon as I get the engagement letter, so I just want to make sure that's authorized.
The appraisal engagement letter. Great. All in favor of my signing outside of a board meeting, the appraisal engagement letter, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, next up, bringing you up to date. HR has come up with an employee training, or actually it'll be department head training literature that she'll be sharing with us and giving a small class upon Clayton's review and approval, and we should have that within tentatively the next month. It would be appreciated if all could attend that. Next meeting is in October, and what I would like to do, and I can do it outside of our meeting, I would prefer not, but I think that it would be prudent moving forward for the next couple of months to have one or two department heads come forward and run through their financials on their department as far as expenditures and any associated income to see what are they actually spending, how it compares to last year, and how it compares to their budget. And by doing that, we recognize that there's a downturn in our income, or the money's coming in, as illustrated by last budget season where it was down by $30 million. I think by sitting down with department heads on a quarterly basis and going through their associated financials will make them more appreciative of what their expenses are in relation to their budget and help them prepare for another budget cut next year if needed. And that's just informational purposes, but I've already started the exercise with Jeness and putting information together.
This be more in depth than like Shad's. We're 11% through a budget, 16% through the year.
Much more. Much more. We're going to take a look and see what we'll have the year-to-date expenses, last year's same time frame, the first quarter of 2025 versus 24. Be able to see our costs, how they match up, compare it to the budget. And then in addition, we'll have a printout of their individual expenses to see if there's, in our view or not, items that are being overpaid for, or if we could encourage them to save money elsewhere. It's how we manage our expenses. And if you're not interested in doing that, that's fine. I'm willing to sit down with the department heads individually and do the same exercise with them. Great, I'll take that as a yes. Okay. Do we have any public comments? With there being none, we can have a motion.
Sorry, someone raised their hand.
Please.
You're unmuted, Bettina.
Ah, there we go. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today is National Voter Registration Day, and I would ask that the commissioners make a public statement as to the value of being a registered voter. I'm not going to bother with semantics, so I'd like to say that it is either a right or a privilege, or both, in the United States of America to be able to vote. And I hope that everyone would call their county clerk's office today, like I did, or visit their county clerk's office and check on their voter registration status. Thank you very much.
Bettina, I apologize to you. I did receive your email, and in the course of today's business, I neglected to pull that up.
Thank you for that.
No, thank you. So what Bettina had requested is if we would approve a resolution making today voters registration day. Is that not correct, Bettina?
Well, I hadn't necessarily requested at this late date that you make today voter registration day in Sublette County, because it is a little late. But if you want to do that, of course, that would be wonderful. No, I'm just that you could put the note out in your minutes or however you wish to, that of the importance of being a registered voter and taking that in your life, in your heart, in your mind, and being a good citizen of the United States and doing that. Thank you.
No, thank you for bringing that to our attention. Again, I apologize for my missing that, and we will include it in minutes and associated information. Thank you, Bettina. Okay, anything else? Motion to adjourn? Oh, we can stay here. Second?
It was second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you so much for your time.
See you later.
Oh, yeah.